Best seats, best prices, no per-ticket fees. Ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossovers. Crossed him up and sit him down.
Hey. Crossover.
That's what she said.
John and Josh are here.
Hi.
They welcome. They're now joined by Nick and I in the studio, or they join us.
Yeah, we joined you guys.
Yeah, we joined you.
Yeah.
But after I saw what Nick was wearing, I didn't want to join.
Yep.
Well, he's making Bro Tank Wednesday a thing.
That's the first thing John said when I arrived. Yep.
You know
Stink
what?
Boy's wearing a bro tank.
You know what?
I smell good.
Here's the deal.
Stink Boy?
They call me Stink Boy.
Yeah.
Well, it used to be Fart Boy.
Fart Boy, yeah.
Which didn't make sense because we made fun of him for the lack of shower taking.
Yeah.
It wasn't because he had a gas problem.
Now he had to stare at his armpits all day.
Stink Boy is kind of funnier.
You can continue this tradition, but you have to continue it all year long.
Whoa!
I only have 2 bro tanks.
Well, but you have a wash, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. You wash one and you wear the
I have
other.
to pay for that washing machine.
I bet you can get like
wait a minute. How often do you wash your clothes?
Once a week.
Okay, well, there you go. You're done.
But I only have 2. Oh, so I have to do it just every Wednesday.
Well, yeah.
Other,
Yeah. Wednesday, but it has to be all year long, which means in the dead of winter when it's 9 degrees outside.
I mean,
that sounds like hell.
It doesn't sound great.
I didn't wear this trying to make this an every Wednesday thing. We were talking about it yesterday. Did laundry last night. I'm like,
it's
the bro
funny,
tank.
guys.
It's very funny.
You don't see me laughing.
He's smiling.
He's smiling.
He's smiling.
So you only have 2, and that one is taking back Sunday.
It's
a band.
Oh,
Then the other one is
Gonna make damn sure.
Oh,
Nice.
music.
The other one's just got like stripes in a pocket. That's my outside work tank. That's what
Outside
I
work
bet you
tank.
could get like a
That's what I-
6-pack of them at a store.
I don't really want to.
oh yeah, make them good wife beaters too,
Oh, that won't look trashy, Nick.
No,
Yeah.
not at all.
and make sure you eat some barbecue and like change your oil so you get a little some stainage.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe
Yeah, stainage.
maybe a glizzy with some mustard on it.
Yeah, I just realized that like my head's cut off here.
Oh,
That's because you lowered the chair.
I did. Yesterday when I came in after I made my
Oh, yeah, when you
trip
drove here in
over.
2 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, in 2 minutes.
hey, you made
It was
great time.
amazing how I hit the little lever and it went down like it was supposed to, like
Amazing.
instantaneously.
We
It was
love
like,
that chair.
wow, this is great. But most of the time you sit in it and you got to like shake your butt and like hold
Yep,
the lever and like hop on it and then it goes and
No, it's a
it's a fine chair.
it
It's
just-
a fine
It's
chair.
a very normal chair.
it
Find
has
a new
mind
slant.
of its own.
Joey says, "Be nice to Grim today. Homeboy came in early to fill in."
Yes, he did. I
What
want
a
to be
guy.
nice to Nick
What'd I
today
do?
too. Bro Tank Wednesday can coincide with Be Nice to Nick Wednesday.
Be nice to Nick. What is this a
Oh,
weekly
now
thing
I
that we have to do
definitely
too?
hate
Be
this.
nice to
I don't
Nick
like this.
I can't do that.
New day. This day sucks.
I just
Yeah.
want Happer to feel comfortable with wearing whatever he wants. If he wants to wear a jersey
Oh, you
or
wore a
whatever.
t-shirt today.
I wore a t-shirt today.
Whoa, I'm proud. I wore a polo.
So the next thing is I wear a jersey or a I don't have any bro.
You don't have to wear a bro tank.
tomorrow it's game 2.
Tomorrow's game 2. I can wear my Jokic jersey,
I think you could. I think you should.
and everybody around the office be like, "What are you wearing?"
I
Be
just
like,
go-
remember when Nick wore a bro tank on Wednesday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I did this for you.
Thank you. I know. Be nice to Nick
It was
Wednesday.
very kind of you. Very, very kind. By the way, are you happy that we got your cable fixed so now you can watch your crappy baseball team?
Yes, I'm extremely happy.
Channel 47 works.
Channel
Yeah.
47 works.
Does BTN work?
BTN works.
Oh, football season.
I will
We're
have
not
you both
here
know.
on Saturday.
Yes, we are. If we host Big Red Overreaction, we're here on
Oh,
Saturday.
so Josh is volunteering for all 12 of them. You heard it here
Wrong,
first.
wrong.
You heard
Congrats,
it here
Josh.
first.
Wrong.
The permanent host of Big Red.
Big,
Overreaction.
it's gonna be
No,
big.
that's Rob.
That's
Big-
right.
You know what? I will even submit to change the name of the show to Big Red Overreaction with Big Josh.
Big,
Big
Josh.
Josh.
And Big Milk.
Big Josh.
Big
Yes,
Milk.
Josh's new co-host for Big Josh, Big Red Overreaction.
I don't know how I feel
is
about this.
Big Milk.
I think it's a great idea.
You know,
Hey there, Josh. I have takes on the Huskers.
I think I'll just work from home. Just do the show from home.
so
I
you
think.
don't need the BTN.
No, I don't need the BTN.
So
but our
here's-
producer will for cutting highlights.
Here's
Yeah.
one thing I will have you guys both know.
Okay.
I went through hell to have those channels fixed. because it had to be fixed, of course, between the hours of 10 and 2.
Oh, that's right. That happened
every
today.
time it was being fixed. So maybe, if you were listening to the show during the time, maybe you heard some talking, some loud talking in the background.
With some drilling.
Maybe you heard a child coughing one day.
Prudence kid was in here.
Maybe you heard a dog, walking around with his collar jingling all over the place. Maybe you heard some of those things. And that was the price that I personally had to pay.
So we could watch.
So we can watch the
Channel
last ass
47.
Royals. Jeez.
We can watch the
It's nice
crappy
though,
Royals.
John. Look at this.
Well, no, this is Sportsnet LA.
Oh, that's great too.
We're watching better baseball. It's the Dodgers and the Twins. Now, serious question, because I've only done one Big Red overreaction in the studio,
we have
and it
another
was
box.
that's the same box from the other day.
Oh.
They just moved it. I've only done one Big Red overreaction here in the studio, and that was the late game last year, the
Scott
final
Frost.
game of Scott Frost.
Yeah.
I mean, bummer.
How often, when you're watching other games, are you actually watching BTN? Because usually,
No, this is mainly just for the Nebraska game that's on here.
Yeah,
I come here for the.
I come here for
okay.
like, the second
I see what
half
you
of
mean.
The game.
But after the game,
Oh, very rarely.
Yeah.
Most of the time
we're
we're
going
on
to
like
a national game.
we're on
going to
ABC, ESPN,
Yeah.
CBS,
Sure.
depending on the day, of course.
Yeah, I
Depending on the
forget.
day. Yeah. Now does
But
BTN work on the
sometimes-
second TV?
Sometimes, maybe this will be huge for next week when the Big Ten baseball
John,
tournament is
yes,
on.
we got to
John.
watch the Big Ten baseball tournament.
Imagine our pain when we couldn't watch the Big Ten baseball tournament next week.
It's
That-
working over here.
that
Look at
would be
this
pretty
softball.
painful.
I'm gonna have some softball on today.
well, that's an old game.
Oh, all right. Never mind. Turning the channel.
Yeah, it's an old game.
Back to this just in.
Well, the Rockies game is going to start soon.
Not on that TV.
Rocktober.
We don't have that channel on that TV,
but we have it on this one.
but we have it on this one.
But I say we watch Channel 47 just for fun.
Just
Just
because
for
we
fun,
can now.
For S's and G's. Are they playing in the afternoon today, Hap?
They are actually, but it's not till
Oh.
2:40. I believe.
Well, that's all right.
I'll have pregame on.
Yeah, it'll be good.
There you go.
That'd
You
be
can watch
fun.
Royals live.
Get all your
Jake
Royals
Eisenberg.
pregame takes.
Giving
Some-
me takes.
We'll have some multiple feeds today.
Wow, this is great. And then we got golf tomorrow, a major. That'll
People
be,
forget.
There's
that'll
a
be
major tomorrow?
Yeah.
the PGA
I thought Liv only played 3
Championship.
days. I thought Liv's
Nice,
tournaments were
John.
3 days.
Nice.
The updates are coming back, by the way.
Oh no. We have PGA championship
Yeah,
updates.
We do.
Are they 4 minutes long like the Masters ones were?
Hey everyone, let's
Same.
run
Yep.
down the entire leaderboard because you really want to find out who's in 52nd place.
So
When you
dumb.
guys were talking about this, I think it was yesterday. I was like, "Oh my God, you're right. The PGA
Thank
championship
you.
is this week."
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, I
Usually-
forgot to.
Nobody
Usually,
knows.
I'm in a golf pool where I'll have to pick a guy. I did not participate in the golf pool this year, Josh. So I have no idea what's going on with golf.
Oh, yeah.
No clue.
Rory.
I don't want to do the golf pool next year. I think this is my last year of the golf pool.
I didn't like the golf pool very much.
No, I don't have a good time with it. I'm bad at it.
Well, wow.
I'm just not watching much golf.
So you have to pick a guy, but you can't repick the guy.
Yeah, it's like a normal pick 'em.
You wouldn't have this problem if you watched Live Golf.
I wouldn't have this problem if I would, because there aren't
That-
live golf pick 'ems.
And you can't
There
watch
should
it.
be.
You could create one next year.
Because Live Golf literally is fantasy golf come to life. They got teams.
It's a good sales
I keep
pitch.
picking guys that don't make the cut. Didn't have I missed a cut last week. Victor Hovland missed a cut when I picked him earlier this year. I'm having a bad time. This is coming off of a great football season pick 'em where I finished in third place or second place. That was great. Golf pick 'em, not so much. Bad.
Golf's not your jam. I guess.
Not anymore. I'm a football guy.
It's not my jam.
Indeed.
That is
It's a classic song from
I don't know. It just
Big
sounded-
Milk.
It's
just-
not
It's
my
not my
jam.
Hey kids,
Hey, kids.
how would you like to join me and Josh Peterson
From
Yeah.
Boulder.
every Saturday
for big 10 a.m. kickoff.
Yes.
for Big Red, Big Josh overreaction?
I liked when you had Mitch on earlier and you're like, hey, go talk to Feldman and
Yeah.
let's get the skinny on what's going on here.
Because he might know. He's on Big Noon Kickoff.
Well, he said the same thing to us. He said, "I'll ask Feldman"
Mm-hmm.
the other day.
He this morning when we were talking to him, he was in the same room as him. And I
Yep.
told him, Mitch, tell him to blink twice.
Yes, if it's on Big
10
Noon.
a.m.
Yeah.
I don't think he blinked.
No.
So
No blink.
we're looking at 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock on
AM?
Fox?
6 o'clock on Fox.
No, 6 o'clock a.m. is
Going-
the pregame show.
We're going
Oh,
right up
yeah.
against Alabama and Texas.
Oh,
That's what Fox would want to do, right?
absolutely they would.
I mean, you never know. I honestly, I don't know. I could see it being at 11 if Colorado signs off on it.
John, they don't have to sign off on anything.
Yeah, they get no opinion.
This is the network's decision. Why
the
would-
Pac-12, yeah, but in order to play earlier, don't they have to sign off? I don't have the Pac-12 contract in front of me, so
Dude, you think Larry Scott negotiated anything? They probably could like torture them live on the air if they have to take it. It's like Pulp Fiction down in the basement.
Oh no!
Colorado is in a gimp suit.
Jeez, John.
wow,
Not Zed.
Murder cult.
Yep.
No,
Murder
I
cult
guess there was
strikes
some.
again.
There was some murdering. in that
Zed's
scene.
Zed's
dead,
dead,
Josh.
baby.
Mm.
Zed is indeed dead.
Mm.
In this case, it's Colorado or Pac-12 teams.
The whole
on
the whole
TV?
conference. The whole conference.
It's so weird. Why would you think of that?
Yeah. Mustache Adam says, "What happened to the poster that doesn't have the quarterback? That's not even here anymore. We got rid of that
We
when he
took it
left.
down.
I thought
Yeah.
John was at least going to keep
John
that one.
angrily ripped it off.
No, why would I keep it?
'Cause
My
it
guy
triggered
wasn't
you, and it
on
was
there.
funny.
My guy wasn't on there.
None of your guys
It
were on
should have
there.
been taken down months ago.
You think he'll be on the FAU poster?
We should get an FAU poster.
We should.
I would.
We should.
And I
That'd
would
be
put it up
awesome,
here and say, here's what you missed out on. You know why you didn't go to a bowl game last year? You didn't put your main guy on the poster.
Mm.
Congratulations,
Are those-
Nebraska. Great
those-
job.
Do we
Are
play
those easy to
anybody-
come by? Can you just buy those from like the school website, or
Good question.
what are the
I don't-
Nebraska ones? Do you
I don't
know
know.
somebody?
we could probably find it online.
Does Nebraska
somewhere.
play anybody in FAU's conference?
No.
They are,
no.
of course, in the conference of the AAC, correct?
No, they're in the Sun Belt.
The Sun Belt.
Yeah, they're playing Illinois this year.
Yes, they
They
are.
are.
Clemson.
Yes, I remember
Playing
looking
Illinois
at
and
that for their
Clemson.
schedule.
Yeah.
Clemson. Yeah.
Yeah. And then a bunch of teams. They'll probably be on Watch Stadium a ton. Remember that website?
Mm-hmm. I
Watch
do.
Stadium.
Are they playing Illinois at home?
It's in Champaign.
They're both on the road.
Oh, so one of us could go to Champaign, pick up a poster,
Oh, no,
come back.
us.
Well, they would have to
OOU.
bring the posters with them.
Yeah.
I don't know how football merch happens.
Yeah. Well, it's not really merch. It's more
No?
like
Just like a promotional thing.
it's sort of like
Yeah.
fan day.
Yeah, it's
Maybe
usually
he'll
a
be on the
fan base
media
stuff.
guide.
Maybe he'll be on the media guide.
And then we
get
can
an
print
FAU
our own out
We could
on an
hang
8x11.
We could hang up the media guide,
That'd be awesome.
the whole guide.
We get him to sign it, but it would cost some money probably.
NIL. We can give him $25.
You think he would sign his poster for $25?
Good
and send it
question.
to us?
Good question.
He'd
What if
say,
you say
I
we're-
gave up 150 grand a year for this.
Is Casey
You
Thompson?
think I'm going to take a measly 25 bucks?
Is
Yeah.
Casey Thompson on Cameo? Can we get him to say like,
Oh, Nick, look
"Hey,
that
I
up for
listen to the
us.
show all the time, and yeah, I wish I was on the poster too, and that is why I transferred."
We could have him do new liners for the zone.
Yes.
Hey, this is Casey Thompson. I might not be on the poster for Nebraska, but I am on 1620 The Zone,
Yep.
the best radio in Omaha.
Hi, this is Casey Thompson. No matter if you're on the poster or not, it's still
He's
AM
got one.
radio.
Still
No
Aaron.
way.
How much
Casey
does he
Thompson has a
cost?
cameo.
How much does he cost?
Personalized video is $100.
Wow, man,
Some
rats.
bones,
$100
man.
I
bucks?
don't know. I think we should bring this to the bosses and see what we can get.
They
But
out of
would
then-
never pay for our cameo.
This says only 5 videos left, so I don't know if it's 5 per person
like,
or if
probably
it's
5
just
for like week or something.
5
like that.
just in general.
Now, how many? How long does a video? How much time do we get for $100?
30 seconds, 25, 45, 22. I guess it just depends on the message.
Well, you saw the one guy's video from The Office.
That was like 2 minutes long.
Yeah.
How should we pay that guy?
Yeah, they all look
Oh,
like
no.
they're between 15 and 44 seconds.
44 seconds would be enough to get
Plenty.
a few liners in there.
Plenty.
We
Yeah.
could have multiple liners.
44 seconds is a long time.
Now,
I
there's
think
got to
there's-
be rules against like promoting things. Like he probably wouldn't be able to say, "Hey, listen to 1620 The Zone."
But he could say it's still AM radio.
He could say it's still AM
Yeah.
radio. Yeah.
Oh, it does still say NCAA football, Nebraska, University of Nebraska, Cornhuskers, QB.
So maybe it's
Well,
cheaper
it-
now.
He hasn't had a chance to change his profile yet.
Maybe it's
Yeah, we
cheaper.
could get him to say, hey, it's still AM. Hey, this is Casey Thompson. I'm no longer with the Huskers. Jeff Sims sucks, and it's still AM radio.
Oh, this is the really interesting.
And
so
I wasn't on the poster.
And I wasn't
and
on
I
the
wasn't
poster.
on the poster.
I just looked up his name, but on the very top, it shows you the path on how to get to him. Home athletics, NCAA, Big 12, University of Texas at Austin,
Mm.
Casey Thompson.
So
so he had
Way
one from his
sucking
Texas days.
Yeah.
good for him. $100 doesn't seem like that much money for a few.
No, it's reasonable.
liners.
As far as cameos
but
go,
I've-
that's kind of reasonable.
But I've seen other celebrities that are cheaper than that.
We could pull that together.
Should we start doing this?
we've kicked around this idea before. It's actually a good idea.
It's a great idea.
Mhm.
We pay
Hey, it's
random
Bryan,
people.
It's Bryan
cameos.
Cranston.
Yes.
I am the danger.
See,
And
those would kinda-
1620
it would have to be
is-
more random than that.
Oh, okay.
Because he would cost way too much money. and
Fair.
Yeah.
What about Badger from Breaking Bad?
That could be great.
Do
Okay.
you think Bryan
Hey,
Cranston
see,
would get
Badger, I got
annoyed
arrested again.
if we paid him to do Breaking Bad lines? Do you think he'd get annoyed by that?
Who? Bryan
Like,
Cranston?
Yeah, it's like, oh, of course they want Breaking Bad.
Well, I'm sure everybody
I'm
does.
sure everyone wants.
They never
Breaking
want the
Bad.
dad from Malcolm in the Middle.
Not
or
anymore.
The dentist from Seinfeld.
Mm-mm.
No.
The fact that you
dentist
knew
from
that is a
Seinfeld.
very nice reference.
So that
Nick
bit
knows
where
Seinfeld.
he takes a huff of the gas before he gets it, that
Mhm.
was actually the idea of a random like electrical dude on set, which is why it's funny. A random electrical dude went to Bryan Cranston. He's like, "Hey, what if you took like a puff of that before you gave it to
Imagine
him?"
how many times
Oh.
that happened on Seinfeld that you just don't know about it. That's why. And then Seinfeld is funny all the time.
Bryan Cranston is not on Cameo.
Rip.
He's too busy making popcorn chips.
That's true.
In the
And
RV.
tequila.
Shooter McGavin is on there for $250.
Oh my god.
Hikes.
Find me someone that we would know who's less than Casey Thompson.
Less than Casey. What was Casey again? Nick?
100.
$100.
100.
All right, I'll just.
Is there anybody from Thrones that's less than 100?
What about
Mhm.
Nomar
I'm sure. I
Garcia
just
Parra?
clicked on actors.
No.
Oh wow! What's his name? Who played? Who was the lawyer on Better Call Saul? Hamlin.
Oh yeah, yeah,
oh
yeah.
that guy.
225.
Whoa.
Howard is 225.
Yeah,
But he would
too,
do it like the Howard. Hey, I'm
way
Howard
too
Hamlin.
expensive. Way too expensive. You know Larry Hankin. You know this guy. He's been in a lot of things. He's $50. You know who that guy is?
Who's Larry?
Larry Hankin? He's like a character actor.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, he's $50.
He was the guy with
Kevin
the
Sorbo
magnets.
is $80.
Who's Kevin Sorbo?
He used to play what was the name of the character? He was on one of the it was like a syndicated 80s, 90s.
I don't know what that is. 90210?
No. He was like on a
Never seen that guy.
like a Hercules type show. He was like
Okay.
he was like a Fabio type.
Oh.
Long hair, muscles, all that
Yeah, I never
stuff.
watched that show.
Well, neither did I, but that's who he was.
We could get a guy dressed like Darth Vader for $50.
A guy dressed like Darth Vader.
50 bucks for that?
Wow, that seems pretty ridiculous. Brian Cox is $689.
Oh my god.
That would be great though.
$689.
If you don't
It's
listen to
still AM
1620
radio.
The Zone, F off.
bleep off.
Pick an even price at least. $689. That's random.
Taxes, John. You know how
Don't they
taxes
mostly
work.
like donate all of it to charity if they're
Some of them probably do.
Oh, really?
I bet they do.
What great people are fine actors.
We can get Mark
Hollywood.
Anthony Austin for $65.
Who's
Who's
that?
that?
Boba Fett.
Boba Fett.
OG Boba Fett.
Okay.
I was just saying there's a lot of options out there. Not a lot of them are under $50.
No, yeah. Okay. Well,
Here, I thought Casey was overcharging. I mean, in my opinion, he is.
He
but-
probably still is.
Furley says, "What is Cameo? I've never heard of it.
Really, Furley? Never heard of it?
Never heard of Cameo. How would you describe Cameo?
Cameo is a place where you can tell your favorite actors to say whatever you want them to say.
Yeah,
Nice.
you're
Like
getting
we-
personalized videos. There's a
we-
place to get personalized videos.
We did
from
this for our
celebrities.
boss who left us. We got Oscar,
Oscar
from
from
the
The
office, and
Whose
he,
real first name is Oscar.
he talked a lot about cocaine.
He did.
He did.
It was pretty good. It was like 2.5 minutes long.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, it was very nice of him.
We got a call from Dan.
Dan?
He said Kevin
Corporate
Sorbo wasn't on something like Hercules. He was Hercules.
Okay, I couldn't remember the name of the show, but it was based. Yeah, Hercules.
That was
There you
the show, the Fabio
Yeah,
show?
it was. And it was
like
syndicated.
the
It wasn't-
Disney movie Hercules.
No, it was like the Adventure. I think the show was called The Adventures of Hercules.
Okay.
Okay, if we get $300 together, we can get Billy D. Williams.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
Hmm.
It's a lot of money though.
But
we
imagine
could just-
Lando returns.
Or we could just subscribe to an AI channel and make our own.
Oh,
Nick, you love AI.
Mm.
And you know what?
the creator of Big Milk.
This is the thing that's probably going to kill the Cameo is everyone using AI to just say, hey, you know what? I'm going to have Bill Clinton wish me a happy birthday.
That's true.
Actually, that's
or like
true.
deep fakes.
We saw the Kirk Ferentz one a couple weeks ago. I
Yeah.
hate my son and I want him dead.
Yeah,
Allegedly.
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 That's
that was-
what fake Kurt Ferentz
That's
said.
what fake Kirk Ferentz said. Yeah.
yeah. So that, sorry, cameos. Better
you're
get
out
your
of
money while you
business.
get it now, because pretty soon it's going to be all AI.
Colin
If we
writes
got
in.
him to, if we got Casey to say something about the poster, though, that'd be pretty fun.
That'd
It
be
would be
really
funny.
funny. Hey, you weren't on the poster. Can you give us your unvarnished opinion on
I
it?
wonder if he was aware he wasn't on the poster.
Oh, I
If
bet it
people made
motivated
him aware.
I bet it motivated him.
He's like Michael Jordan in that way.
Exactly. Colin writes in, John would know Kevin Sorbo. He was the king of WGN shows. As a Cubs fan, WGN had a lot of Kevin Sorbo on. He was Hercules in their awful TV series. I think it was only on WGN, which tells you how bad it was.
No, it wasn't. It was syndicated because you
Mm.
could get it at other places. But yeah, WGN would run it too.
Mm.
But yeah, no, that's what he was.
The kid from Revenge of the Sith messed a Skywalker. There's too many of them. What are we gonna do before he got his head chopped off?
Yeah.
$25.
Just no one will know who that is,
He's
though.
not a kid anymore.
He's also not a kid anymore.
Well, yeah, for a kid who had one line.
Yeah.
Hey, remember me? I don't look anything like I did the last time you saw me, and you might have even forgotten me. But I had one line in Star Wars before.
Is
the
Bo
door
Pelini
closed.
on there?
Oh,
Nick, yeah, go search it.
highly
Bo Pelini.
unlikely. In fact, if there was a person out there who would not know what Cameo is,
Nope.
it'd be Bo Pelini.
Yeah.
What about other former Nebraska coaches? Mike Riley. Doubt it.
Yeah.
Scott Frost, definitely not.
I looked up University of Nebraska. Let's see what we
God.
get. We can get Hoiberg.
What?
$50. We can get a personalized Hoiberg video for
so
$50.
Hoiberg's charging half what Casey's charging.
Wow.
That's a
And they say the
contractual
coaches are the
workaround.
greedy ones.
Huh.
We can get Barry Alvarez.
That would be good.
How much is
120.
Barry? Barry?
Hey, I'm
120.
Barry Alvarez. I wear loafers.
Oh, Lexi Rodriguez, 25. Volleyball.
That's
Wow.
not that much
Yes.
at all.
Lexi Rodriguez, who had more success than Casey Thompson, charging a fourth of the price.
Tommy Frazier,
What? How much is Tommy?
100.
Dang.
Tommy Frazier should have won the Heisman Trophy. Is worth at least 500.
Guys,
Nick?
No,
Tom,
Osborne?
$200.
Wamsgans?
I would take that, Tom.
$200.
Tom
for
Osborne would
Osborne.
speak loud enough for the cameo to be worth the money.
Yes, he would.
He speaks so
How
quietly.
dare you, Josh?
He speaks quietly.
I've never had an issue here.
The person who was in with us on Monday.
He
Talk,
he
ask
definitely
him.
speaks quiet.
Yeah, John, what are you talking about? He told a story to me once about how they interviewed him and he was speaking too quietly to come through the phone.
He definitely
They
speaks
couldn't
quiet.
hear him.
Irving Fryer.
Oh, hey, I didn't drop that pass.
I totally didn't drop that ball on purpose
$50.
because I owed the bookies. Swear to God.
Also at 1620 the zone, still AM radio.
Still AM radio.
Amon Green, only $75.
I texted him on a couple years ago. He didn't respond to my text.
Again, we've got people who are much more accomplished charging a lot less.
I can't believe you think Tom Osborne talks loud.
You can get Rex
I
Burkhead.
never had I didn't say talks loud. I just never, ever had an issue hearing the man. And I've interviewed him many times.
He doesn't
So-
whisper. He just kind of talks a little quiet.
Hey, I'm Tom.
Yeah.
Remember the option?
Remember winning?
Oh, man, I do, Tom.
I remember when.
Smile, Tom. Those are the old days.
Remember my red.
Those are the
pants?
old days.
Red pants. He used to have some red ass
Oh,
pants.
Long legs, and red pants.
Did have red pants. I used to love the early season games because he would always wear the sunglasses.
Mm.
Oh,
And it was like one of the rare times. Well, and if he wasn't, he was, like me, he squints a lot. I mean, I have to have sunglasses,
He's
even
one
on
of
a
those
day
guys.
like this. Just squints a lot.
Scott
and you
Frost
see
did
him
that.
doing that. Yeah. Well, Scott was doing that because, someone stumped him with a question. Hey, coach, what play should we run here? And he was like,
It's too bad it wasn't that Sporkle. He would have nailed it. Oh, yeah, that's Sparkle.
that would have been funny if he actually would have called plays using Sporkle.
maybe when he was sliding down the rail, he had just got done doing a sporkle.
Oh,
Getting it
he was feeling
100%
good.
Right? Yeah.
Like, I got all 45 answers and did it in less than 2 minutes.
We have to have some sort of a celebration on the 1-year anniversary of him sliding down the rail.
It's a few months away.
Yeah. And
Wow.
then a week later, he onside kicked. We got
Yeah.
to celebrate that too.
Wow.
Just some exciting
Yeah,
moments.
the onside kick.
That was my favorite of the tweets yesterday when we were all doing the Aaron Judge meme when Dave He had the picture of them right before the onside kick and Aaron Judge peeking over at it.
I liked yours
So fun.
of Cam Taylor Britt fair catching in the end zone.
That play definitely would have qualified as a dumb play.
That game
in our
was
new
so
metric.
bad.
Horrible
But
game.
the next game, the next opening game was so much worse
Yeah.
that it got us to forget about how bad that game was. Thank you, Scott Frost.
There you go.
Appreciate it.
God, that Illinois game was just so horrible. They were down, what, 30-9 at one point?
Yeah.
I did a lot of post game shows. I've never been more mad than on that post game.
On the
I was
Illinois
like
one?
physically mad.
That was.
postgame
I didn't
show.
have to do a post game for that day, thankfully. I did for the
No.
Northwestern game, though.
You know what? I know it's a worse team. I'm still going to vote the Illinois game was worse than Northwestern, because at least for Northwestern there were a couple of moments where you're like, damn, these guys look pretty good.
You're right. It probably
You know,
was.
first
There was
drive,
no
the
redeeming
touchdown.
quality about the Illinois game.
Yeah. By the time
Well, they were up-
Adrian had the long touchdown run, it's like, oh, okay, this is game's over anyway.
He just ran untouched.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was
One
weird.
of the weirdest games of all time.
It's almost as if someone was taking bets on the game. Maybe
Whoa.
some of the Illinois players were like, you know what? We need to let him score here because I've got Adrian in a pool.
That'd be funny.
Got him on
Allegedly.
college football
Allegedly.
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 You can legally bet in Illinois.
Yes, you can.
Do it with the FanDuel Sportsbook.
Yes, you can.
I
Plus
did.
16-20.
I did when I went to South Carolina a few months ago.
Really?
When I was at the airport, I was like, look at this. I'm going to do a March Madness wager. And I
Josh,
did.
have you had a bagel with cream cheese yet?
No, because the LaGuardia was garbage.
You got to get one here.
Wait, the
Yeah.
LaGuardia was garbage?
The food situation there was trash.
There was no bagel place?
No, not where we were.
Really?
Yeah, it was weird. You
'Cause
had to
they
order
just-
like
Wendy's
everything was-
on an app.
Everything was a robot. Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a tire fire.
Dave wants us to clarify that Illinois game was terrible. Can you be more specific, please?
Ah!
Great point.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
talking
the
about 2021.
COVID Illinois was just that one was garbage.
Can
Yeah.
anyone think of a game where Nebraska lost to Illinois where it had any redeeming qualities?
Where they lost
Oh
and it
man,
had
the
redeeming
Tommy
qualities?
Armstrong one,
The Tommy
the
Armstrong
COVID
one,
one,
the COVID one, the opening day
2021
2 years
one.
ago.
Last year was that the one where Casey got hurt?
Yes.
Ugh.
Yeah, that one was really bad because then we got to see Chubba.
Oh,
That
that game
Mm.
sucked.
Chubba was very good. at
Yeah,
it.
and
good
Illinois
point,
was just basically, playing with its food.
They could have kneeled the entire game
Yes.
if they wanted to.
Yeah, that was rough. They had like 20 yards in the second half or something
They
like
would have been
that.
better off if they kneeled the entire game.
That was a gross football game.
Yeah. And I
Yep,
was there. for
so
that.
I believe the answer to that question is no.
Yeah. And I realize there's not a lot of games where your team loses that, you want to think about being good. But I mean,
Those have
there've
been remarkably low points.
like the
though.
Michigan game, it was good 2
Yeah.
years ago.
Sure.
But yeah, Illinois, oof,
Not great.
not good.
Think that Michigan game's going to be a primetime game this year on
Yes.
NBC?
Maybe NBC.
NBC. That'd be fun.
Maybe on Peacock.
Oh,
On the Peacock?
Okay.
John doing a little post game action.
No, remember, it's your show now.
Their
Hey,
new boss
Josh
saying,
and
John,
Big
you have to
Milk."
drive to Omaha for
You
a
and-
bigger overreaction.
You and Big Milk.
Me and Big Milk.
Big milk.
Big Josh
Every
and Big Milk,
game-
Big Red
every
overreaction.
Hello, fans.
I don't want to do
Hello
that.
there.
Eh.
Josh, I think you're misinterpreting what Matt Rule was doing on that play. I think he meant to give it to the fullback 5 times in a row.
Thank you, Big Milk. Good take as always.
402-951-1620. Hello, Kool-Aid Steve.
No.
Oh,
no,
no.
Big
Welcome,
Milk. No.
welcome to Big Milk, Big Josh, Big Overreaction.
Big Milk, please. Let's not bring Kool-Aid Steve on.
Oh, Josh, you're just being silly. Kool-Aid Steve has many good points, don't you, Steve?
Joe says, I was at last year's Illinois game and I honestly thought Whipple was trying to get fired.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
they
the guy
were-
did double his salary.
They were trying to pass it with Chubba, and Trey Palmer couldn't get open because he was guarded by Witherspoon.
Yeah.
The entire
Yeah,
game.
first round draft pick.
They had no offense whatsoever.
Wow.
That was horrible.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
That was the day that Matt Rule was here.
It was.
just driving around Lincoln.
Yeah.
Remember from Mitch's
Wow.
story.
Because it was such a beautiful day. and
Yes.
Nebraska got bludgeoned by Illinois.
Wow. It was a really nice Saturday.
It was.
Yeah.
And then the ball got kicked off.
The ball is kicked.
The ball is kicked and
Mm.
Illinois wins. And coming up next, it's Big Josh and Big Milk on Big Red Overreaction.
Dan says, "Oh God, never mix milk and Kool-Aid.
Oh.
Let's not mix milk and Kool-Aid.
You don't want some cool milk?
Gross.
Jen says,
Milkade.
God, last season feels like 2 separate seasons. Frost sucks. It really does. Like, I forgot that the sliding down the rail was It's not even a year.
down the rail.
It seems like it was
That was the
years
best
ago.
moment
That was
last
on their
year.
way to Ireland, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when they were getting on the bus. And it happened towards the end of the show, and we started showing clips of it, and people were like, "Oh, look, they're so loose." Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, look, he's so loose. This is going to be a great year.
Turned out they
Isn't
may
that
have been
right, Josh?
too loose
A little too loose.
going into that week.
Certainly, he may have been too loose
Yes.
over in Ireland.
Uh-huh.
Mm,
He-
The
Others?
onside kick, though, what a good idea.
What a great idea.
was a fine idea.
The funniest part
I'm
about
so
the
mad
onside
he
kick.
got fired because we should have asked about that 45 times during the season. Remember
Yeah.
when you onside kicked?
Yeah, why
Scott?
did you do that?
Why did you do that?
The
When he
person-
was fired, he was just gone.
Didn't he joke about it
Did he?
after one of the press conferences?
Oh,
I
I
don't
think
know.
maybe on the next Monday.
I thought he did.
Wow.
I
That was
thought he
smart,
made a
huh,
qu-
everybody?
I think he did make a quip about it.
Yikes.
Balls on that guy.
Well,
Hey, I have 2 questions for Scott.
up here, I'm already gone.
Scott, my 2 questions, if you want to come on the show to answer. What are the numbers on the helmets? That's what I want to know about.
I
That's what I
found
want to
his
know.
response.
Oh, what did he
Oh,
say?
really?
Oh,
Wanna-
did he
you wanna
on
hear
that?
it?
Yeah, sure.
Wait, on the onside?
Uh-huh.
This is after the game.
Oh yeah, after the game.
We know that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
oh.
yeah. No, we were wondering
if
if
he made a joke.
I thought he had
quip
made
about
a
it
quip.
later.
Maybe I'll try an onside kick today. Ha ha ha, guys.
Everybody laughs and laughs along.
Hmm.
Ha ha ha, Scott, you're so
Thank you, Scott. Being hilarious.
great. Joke.
God.
The numbers on the helmets.
the
I care immensely about the numbers on the
I
helmets.
did too at the time.
He never answered it. He was just like, we got rid of them.
Mm.
Something happened. There's a story behind it, and I want to know what the story is. Did it cause a fight? Did someone get mad? Screw the 308. I'm a 402 boy.
Hmm.
I want to know.
Maybe he said they don't deserve their area codes in their helmets. Take them
Mm.
away.
The comments on this video are really funny.
Oh, I bet they are.
High risk, unknown reward. Great call, coach.
Yeah, that really was stupid.
He needs to find Jesse and Walter White and restart the crystal meth business. Football isn't his thing.
Wow.
I think that's a Jesse Plemons reference.
I think
maybe.
it
Yeah.
is.
Oh, I see. Okay.
yeah.
What's with Nebraska? Fire him.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good
They-
take.
They got their wish.
Yep.
Well, he I mean that may have been the play that got his big money supporters to say, yeah,
See ya.
we're back in the
I think
wrong
that whole
horse.
trip was. I think that whole
well,
trip.
the whole
every-
trip,
the
but I
whole
think that, yeah,
experience.
the whole deal.
Everything that happened over there with Scott Frost, going to meetings,
It
not
was
going to meetings.
It was almost like people came back and they were like, you know what? It kind of feels like the tide has turned a bit.
Huh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder why.
Boy, I sure wish someone would shoot a video and tell us everything that's happening behind the scenes.
With a weird shirt on.
What's
Big
that?
milk.
What's that material, Michael? Is it silk?
Silk rhymes with milk.
Is it silk?
Looks like you're going to a fiesta or some kind of parade.
Man, I haven't watched the Michael video in a while. I
Yeah,
think I
let's
might
go
do
watch
that.
the Michael
I think I might do
video.
that during the commercial. I missed that video. What a video. Mm.
You know what? If we
What?
do a time capsule, you know how they bury time capsules before they build the buildings?
Yes.
We can, you know,
Put Michael's video in
if
there.
if we just want a brief 95-second synopsis of the Scott
Scott Frost?
Frost era,
Yeah.
just pop in Michael's
Imagine
video.
you read the Dirk Chatelain book finally comes out about the Scott Frost era, and you turn
Yeah.
to a page and it's just the video. And
Yeah.
it's like, here we go.
Yeah.
Thank
Oh, that'd
you.
be cool.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Physical books that can play videos.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Oh, the
He
future.
pops up maybe in like a hologram.
Mm.
Oh,
Mhm.
It's him in his weird
His
shirt.
weird shirt. Hey, did you know Scott Frost never went to meetings? Check out the weird shirt.
Why did the media tell us?
All right. Well, Connor,
Okay.
have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Bye. Bye, Happer.
Goodbye.
It is Wednesday, a full D on the program. I just felt like
Let's
saying
talk NBA.
it. Well, we got to get high first on 1620 The Zone.
Oh.
Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Your Wednesday afternoon forecast will include sunny skies with afternoon highs approaching the low to mid 80s. In Omaha, I'm tracking the afternoon high of 84 degrees. Remaining clear throughout the evening and overnight. Temperatures will be cooling into the upper 50s around daybreak Thursday. Increasing clouds throughout Thursday morning. By the afternoon, spotty showers possible. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KTV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Do you know the common signs of transmission trouble?
Your engine revs before falling into gear, shifting is rough, or you're leaking reddish-brown fluid.
Knowing the signs could mean repair instead of replace.
That's where we come in. We're certified transmission.
The job done right at the right price.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro, dentistry for the entire family.
Think spring? Think Lanahaw Garden Center. We offer the most complete selection of landscape supplies and plant material for all of your projects. Lanahaw is your one-stop shop for all of your outdoor needs. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Watching a ball game at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is pretty awesome. Oscar's offers the MLB package, so your team is always on their upgraded audio-video system, and nothing is better than watching the game with a cold frosty one, Oscar's Pizza, or award-winning char-buffed wings. And with daily lunch and dinner specials, it's really a no-brainer. So get ready to watch your favorite team play ball at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, 173rd and West Center Road, and takeout at 162nd and Maple.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but costs as low as $3 per dose? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at just $3 per dose. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but only $3 per dose. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
You don't like strawberry ice cream. You don't like. Josh doesn't like color ice cream.
I don't know. Well, okay. First
color
of all,
ice cream.
I don't
Spot the
want.
line.
I don't want fruit. I just want cookie dough and Rocky
I just
Road.
want cookie dough because I'm a child.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
You don't know what you're missing, man. A good peach ice cream. Oh, it's
Peach
delicious.
ice cream is good. Rocky Road was Happer's number 4.
On his favorite or least favorite?
Least favorite.
What's in Rocky Road again?
Marshmallows.
See, I don't
chocolate.
I don't eat it very much.
Chocolate covered peanuts,
but I
fudge.
eat it. So
I
I
like
like
vanilla ice cream.
bunny
Rocky Road's
track.
pretty
I
good.
like cookie dough. I like bunny tracks.
Bunny tracks are okay.
Okay.
I mean, Bunny Tracks is pretty close to Rocky Road.
I know, but I like it. I like a peanut butter. I like Reese's. I like any of those types. I like it sweet and not with fruit and garbage in there.
Lemon
And I
ice
don't-
cream
fruit's
is good.
garbage
I don't want
now.
no mint in there. Why would I want mint
chocolate
in
chip
ice
is
cream?
good.
No,
Oh,
mint chocolate
man.
chip is bad.
Oh, man,
No,
my
mint
breath.
chocolate chip is good.
John, I don't want to feel like I'm eating cold toothpaste.
You're not eating cold
Nick,
toothpaste.
what a take.
You're eating bad mint chocolate chip ice cream if you think it tastes like toothpaste.
Nick, even Nick sometimes.
Even
I mean, if this doesn't solidify it that you
What?
three, you, Connor,
No.
and Josh all agree.
No.
Just nails it down.
It's bad ice. John,
no,
if
it's
anything,
good ice cream.
3 of us are right and you're wrong. You're
Yeah,
the one
you're-
person. You're outnumbered.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm outnumbered by fools.
No, by
You fool.
by smart people,
With good takes.
the smart boys.
That's what
Says
they
the
call
guy
us.
wearing the Cowboys hat.
Yeah, well,
And the guy who came to work in a tank top.
Bro tank.
Supposed to be professional around here and wear collars.
are we?
No.
That's why we work in radio, so we don't have
I
to be
think the last
professional.
time I wore a
It's
collar
one of the
was
best
for
parts of the job.
the College World Series.
Why
Last
did
time
you
I
wear
wore
a collared
collar.
shirt for the World
You
Series?
wore a collared shirt like every other day.
Oh, I guess the over.
Yeah, the flannels. Yeah,
flannels,
they have
the
collars on them.
flannels.
People forget those have collars.
They do indeed.
Well, fine. I'll enjoy the mint chocolate chip.
Matt
I don't
says,
have it all the
based
time.
John, mint chocolate chip is great.
Nope.
Dave says 1620, the bad food take rides again.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, they're talking about you,
Yeah,
John.
he's
No,
talking
they're
about you,
not.
John.
They're talking about y'all.
Tony says a peach cobbler ice cream would be amazing.
it is good. I've had it.
Mike says
sounds
Connor,
good.
Josh, and Nick, the bad take boys. We're looking for a new podcast this summer. I guess that's what we could do.
The bad.
The bad take boys.
That might actually be good.
The bad
Just
take boys.
Bad food takes.
Well, we could do it. We could definitely do a food podcast.
We could.
We could. It'd be bad food takes.
It'd be pretty fun.
Would trigger a lot of folks. I'm afraid.
Oh, we trigger them, all right.
Well, coming up today on the you know what?
Grum down. Oh, did you not make one today?
Oh, I did, but you know what? I don't
forgot
think
to
I
upload it?
uploaded. I don't think I uploaded
Grum
it.
down.
Grum down, more like let down.
Well, here's what's going to happen. John will have some sentences that do have a period and then some that don't.
Oh,
And some
I'm
puns.
So triggered.
And some puns. He definitely has. I'm not triggered, John. I was asking questions. That's all I wanted to ask. Was
Well,
questions.
today on the Grum down,
Down.
brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
What do we got?
have the fact that the Nuggets
Nice.
hang on. The Spurs are number one draft pick.
Mm.
Ryan Kalkbrenner, second round pick.
Mm?
Some details on that. Mike Schaefer will join us from Husker 24/7 Sports.
I'm looking forward to talking to him later on this hour.
Later on this hour, absolutely live. What do we do now?
Yeah, hopefully your mic sounds okay. It's been having some issues throughout the crossover and into the early part of the show.
Has it?
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
haven't
it'll probably
heard it. I
get
couldn't
fixed.
hear,
hopefully
couldn't hear it. Couldn't hear it.
I
through
can
the
hear it.
headphones.
Yeah. Let's
Yeah.
see. Hopefully it's okay during that interview.
Brett McMurphy, civility in an ACC civil war.
Look at these sentences.
Stephen M. Sipple, the weed in Colorado is strong.
What? Tell me more.
Well, Sip did a preview.
Of marijuana laws?
No, but of Colorado
marijuana?
football.
Of marijuana?
And it's not just the fans who are drinking the Kool-Aid or smoking the wacky weed.
We need to,
More
instead
on
of
that.
drinking the Kool-Aid, we need a term for Colorado.
Smoking
They're
the wacky
smoking
weed.
the prime.
the wacky to
They're
smoking
smoking
the
the
prime.
prime.
Smoking the prime.
That does actually
That
sound
is
like it
good.
would
All
be
right.
a weed.
Smoking the prime.
More Rayola fallout.
Oh,
Rayola coaster?
Or
Well, because a friend of the Grum talked about it, and we may discuss it with Mike Schaefer as well,
maybe.
but brought up the idea of parity in college football.
Oh, I have a take on that.
Are you still sports twittering?
What the hell does that mean?
You'll find out. We got a big update today in the NIL today that will affect you and some late stage Sabanism.
Of course. Well, duh. It's a day that ends in a Y. Late stage Sabanism rides again.
And those damn
That's right.
cheating Yankees.
Again?
I like that, John. It's like a play on the band.
Was he looking over at the dugout again?
Different cheating Yankee.
A different cheating
Different
Yankee?
cheating Yankee.
Was this the
402-951-1620.
That's the phone number.
Hotline.
You can call us. You can text us.
Text line. Talk line. Call Nick and breathe heavy into the phone line if you want.
Oh.
I mean, he is wearing less clothing today than normal.
That's true. He is.
And you can see that if you're watching along on the video stream at 1620thezone.com.
Yep, you can see all of his pits.
We will be live all day long.
Yep.
J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Got a poll question. Some are speculating that it might happen. Others openly cheering for it to happen. But which option best fits your opinion on if Nebraska-Colorado September 9th kicks off at 11 Central, 10 a.m. Boulder time?
Ooh.
We're going to check that.
Okay.
Coming up. And you can also email into the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. John, going back to your comment from said Equitable Bank inbox, taking banking personally, answering the phone on the first ring. You mentioning Tom Osborne speaking quietly. John says, Josh knows nothing about speaking quietly.
That's true. I project my voice very loudly.
Which is good for broadcasting.
It's great for broadcasting, probably annoying to be around me otherwise.
He shout sings too.
No, I just sing
No,
with
no,
my
you
great
shout.
with
No,
my great voice.
You shout.
Even Nick.
See?
It's part of the bit, though. It's part of the charm. Part of the charm.
It's the riz, the charisma.
Oh, thank you, Nick. Oh, you owe us a quarter, though.
People do use riz. Is that still a quarter?
They definitely do not.
No, they do.
I have never
people
heard
absolutely
that.
use riz.
I have never heard
Nick,
that.
A bunch of 12-year-olds on TikTok isn't people. It's a bunch of children. We talk to adults on this show, which is why we're going to have Mike Schaefer joining us in a few minutes.
I bet Ravi would use riz.
No, he definitely would not.
Yeah, he would. No, never.
Yeah, not even once.
So, all of that and more coming up. Last night, game one. Holding on for dear life. But they won it.
They did.
That and more as we continue on 1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
The cigar enthusiasts at Hearth Cigars and Pipes are a pretty diverse bunch of humans. Some enjoy an adult beverage or two, others pass the time with a competitive yet friendly game of dominoes. Still others enjoy shooting some pool downstairs, while more than a few are just satisfied with each other's company. The common thread with all of them is the awesomeness that is their favorite cigar from the humidor. Hearth Cigars and Pipes, just off the 48th Street exit from I-680 at the corner of Mormon Bridge Road in McKinley, and at hearthcigars.com.
At Emprise Bank, we're your partner in possible. And we believe that when we work together, your dreams are achievable, which means prototypes become production lines, startup plans become expansion plans, and the opportunities you see become the organization you run. Emprise is built for business, which means we're committed to helping you succeed. This is the power of possible. Visit emprisebank.com to learn more.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard. Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day, and they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. Choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long. And with Babbel, it isn't hard. It's perfect.
And now try Babbel for free by texting radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000.
Paid actor, not a real customer. Quote based on a healthy, non-smoking 44-year-old male with a 20-year term policy. Rates may vary.
Welcome to Ethos, a new kind of insurance company that believes life insurance should be hassle-free, affordable, and accessible for everyone.
For around $1 a day, I got a 20-year, $250,000 term life insurance policy without a medical exam. All I had to do was answer a few health questions and snap, family protected. It was quick and easy. Ethos is 100% online. I got a quote in seconds, applied in minutes, and got coverage in hours. Just answer a few health questions. No medical exam, no blood tests, no hassle. Look, nobody wants to plan for the unthinkable, but it would be so much worse to not plan at all. So don't put it off. It feels great having the peace of mind knowing that my family is protected.
Ethos, the 100% online hassle-free way to get affordable life insurance. Don't wait. Get your free online quote now at ethoslife.com. That's ethoslife.com.
Fun fact, did you know gorillas burp when they're happy? Really? I'm glad humans don't have that issue, as it would create some awkward moments. Dave and Ryan Osted here with Osted's Golf. Looking for your happiness on the course? Book your fitting appointment today with Osted's, the nation's top 100 fitter from Callaway, Ping, Mizuno, and Golf Digest. Why get fit? On average, golfers gain 19 yards off the tee and drop their handicap by 10%. Wow, results like that will make any golfer happy. Stop in today or book your appointment on Osteds.com. All burps will be taken as a compliment.
Businesses of Omaha, settling for a website that looks like it's stuck in the early 2000s? Then it's time to level up with JM Online. Our local team builds custom websites that solve unique business needs. We're not your typical web design company. We're your partners in online success. Ready to take your website to the next level? Go to jmonline.com and request an initial call.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
It is another Woodhouse Wednesday. We are giving away stuff over there at the website, 1620thezone.com. Had a chance to visit our friends down at Woodhouse, just up the road there. Brand new location, 112th and Dodge. This week's Woodhouse Wednesday, you can win a fishing gear prize pack. It includes a Yeti soft cooler. I mean, right there, that raises the value up tremendously.
Oh, yeah.
Yetis are not cheap.
No.
Tackle box, Woodhouse swag, and when you win a Woodhouse Wednesday prize pack, you'll be entered to win the grand prize of $2,600 in Kizash. Win now, enter now, 1620thezone.com. Do it. Just like last night, for 3 quarters, Nikola Jokic just did it.
Dude, his numbers were insane last night. Insane.
And then they switched some things up.
And they did, yeah.
Slowed them down.
Yeah, slowed down a little bit in the fourth.
Now, it does make you wonder do you think the Lakers would play Hachimura for 30 minutes?
Yeah, because that's going to wear him down.
It's going to wear him down, and he, could be a little foul prone.
Yeah.
You get tired, you get a little foul prone.
I thought about that a lot today. Can you do that for a whole game, or can you do it for maybe like half of a quarter?
I think you got to pick your spots. And
Yes.
sometimes in a situation like this, you stumble on something late because hey, at that point we're throwing stuff against the wall to see what fit it works.
Yeah.
And it worked. And while it might be tempting to do it again, don't forget the other team makes adjustments too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
So, and I mean, you're taking some offense off the floor.
Yeah, and so I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if there has been because I've noticed a tepid response to the Nuggets last night and this morning of like, great job to get the win, but that offensive performance they had through 3 quarters, is that type of efficiency just sustainable? Or should they be concerned that like they shot that well and then only won by 6 and kind of had to hang on for dear life? And I think I find myself somewhere in the middle. Anthony Davis, is he going to be able to deliver that type of performance on a night in, night out basis?
Because he can be very much up and down.
Correct. Literally up and down onto the floor sometimes too.
And keep in mind,
LeBron was fine. It's so funny. 26 points on 9 of 16 shooting. We're like, that's just fine. He had 12 boards and 9 assists, but he was just fine. So I know he has a great game in him at some point this series too.
And Jokic is on an all-timer. This is his 3rd straight triple-double.
Yeah, he's playing at a ridiculous level at this point in time. It's incredible to watch. It really is. And the 3-pointer that he had at the end of the third quarter, to be able to do that, it's there. He is something else right now. And this team is playing. They're all kind of going there right with him. I've said what I did about the efficiency. They shot almost 55% last night, but so did the Lakers. So not a big difference there. And they both shot great from three, 46.9 for the Nuggets, 45.8 for the Lakers. And so in a way, it's like, yeah, can the Nuggets be that efficient? Okay, good question. Can the Lakers be that efficient as well?
Yeah.
You know, moving forward, and the Nuggets, it's not like they made a ton more threes. They made 4 more threes than the Lakers did.
On the 55 possessions when Davis was the defender on Jokic, the Nuggets averaged 1.45 points per possession, which is high, and shot 66% from the field. There was a stark difference, though, when Hachimura was the final defender on Jokic. Denver averaged just 0.67 points per possession and shot 20% from the field.
But again, much smaller sample size on the latter versus
smaller
the former.
sample size, plus fourth quarter. Sometimes, you maybe a little bit of cruise control, and,
I was gonna
and
say,
a team
man.
gets hot.
Yep.
And that's why in basketball is such a game of momentum that you're always hesitant. At what point do you call off the dogs? You start, substituting a little more liberally, and because that moment where it switches and another team starts to get hot, sometimes it is hard to stop it, even when you put your frontline guys back in the game.
I'd say now, especially in this era of basketball, it's even harder to take the foot off the gas.
Yeah.
Because if you do, and like they did last night, suddenly it's a 3-point game, with just a few minutes to go. I think it's easier than ever to come back. It's harder than ever to hold on to a lead like that. And so, I thought the Nuggets would win. I thought that it was going to be a game that could go down to the wire. And for a while, I was like, well, I was way off on this one until I wasn't, until the Lakers, had a really nice comeback. So, I mean, I don't know. I think that we're going to get a really good series here. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, night in, night out.
I'm still sticking with
with 5, Nuggets in 5?
Denver and 5.
Could happen. I mean,
and it could. They don't have to all be blowouts.
Here's the thing. We spent a good portion of this segment talking about, like, can they keep this efficiency up? Can they do this? You know what I think they can do? Jokic can keep playing at this level. Why do I think that? Because that's what he's doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's the level that this guy is playing at in the postseason. And you just mentioned it. What was that? 3rd straight triple-double.
Yep.
It's his 4th in the last 5 games. And, I mean, John, you look at his rebounding numbers. So there's the outlier game where he had 4 rebounds in the game 4 loss. Other rebounding numbers in the playoffs for him: 10, 13, 17, 16, 19, 17, 11, 11, 9, and 14. I mean, the dude is just cleaning up on the glass, and his points per game is absolutely ridiculous at this point in time. So I'm pretty confident that he can continue to do what he has done lately.
And then tonight you get game 1 in the East.
You do indeed.
Whereas it may not be as sexy a series for some.
I would say myself included.
It is on the superior network, so you get
that's true.
You get Charles and Kenny and Shaq and Ernie and the boys.
Yeah.
And that alone is worth the price of admission. Though
John will be there locked and loaded for the whole game. Every game.
I don't know.
Every game.
It won't be the whole game.
Kill me.
It'll be
Oh,
on.
don't say that, John. It's the playoffs.
It'll be on in the background as I'm getting ready for baseball this weekend.
Baseball.
Yep.
Ping.
A national pastime.
America's pastime.
Coming up next, Wednesday pastime. Mike Schaefer joins us.
What was that? I couldn't. Your mic is.
It sounds fine.
A little fuzzy.
It sounds fine. Perfectly fine. I think it's your hearing.
Well, I mean, it might be. I do work in radio.
Live with Shave next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio. This is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Shop Sid Dillon Chevrolet, Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer. Visit any of our 4 locations for your new Chevy or pre-owned vehicle, or at siddillonchevy.com. Chevy, find new roads.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
When you keep a car for a long time, it becomes a classic. When you keep your air conditioner for a long time, it becomes Well, let's just say it doesn't get better with age. Call Standard Heating and Air Conditioning and have your old air conditioner checked out. If it's needed, you can have a brand new Carrier air conditioner installed in no time with fast and easy financing. When the other companies send salesmen, Standard sends qualified technicians. It's just part of the way we do the things we do.
Carrier, turn to the experts.
Hi, this is Kathy Kenoyer with Kenoyer Garden Center. The beauty and color of spring is in our greenhouse, featuring thousands of gorgeous hanging baskets and hundreds of varieties of Kenoyer grown product. Come in and talk with our family of employees who will help you find what you're looking for. Whether it's home decor, annuals, perennials, shrubs, tropicals, or vegetables, we have it all. Kenoyer Garden Center is located between Highway 370 and Cornhusker on 66th Street in Papillion. Open daily, 9 to 7.
At Kenoyer Garden Center, everybody's got a green thumb. If you've got heart, come on out to Werner Park. We're gonna make some memories with the Chasers family.
Join the Omaha Storm Chasers at Werner Park every Saturday for Bands and Brews presented by J&M Displays and Werner Enterprises. Each week we'll feature a different pregame concert and happy hour specials at the Bud Light Downdraft Bar in left field. Find details on each Saturday's Bands and Brews at omahastormchasers.com.
Everyone get on your feet, stir up the storm with family.
Finding great people to hire is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It's pretty difficult, right? Well, ZipRecruiter has mastered finding a needle in a haystack, so they take it to the next level. They make hiring so simple that it's like finding a needle in a needle stack. And that's why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Here's what it's like to use ZipRecruiter. They have so many qualified candidates that it's easier to find the right ones for your roles. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's a lot of needles. So how do they do it? ZipRecruiter's powerful technology sends you candidates who are a great match for your job, and you can even invite your top choices to apply. So if you want less hay and more needles, head to ZipRecruiter.
ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there, providing hot meals, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
If you love attending live events, whether it's a big-time sporting event or seeing your favorite artist in concert, then you need to check out my friends at Tickets for Less and their app. It's absolutely free. It brings all of your favorite things about ticketsforless.com straight to your fingertips in one convenient location. Plus, all new users get a special discount code sent directly to your phone just for downloading the app and signing up. So simply search Tickets for Less in your app store, download the free app, and sign up for your discount. It's really that easy. Ticketsforless.com.
Tickets for Less. Best seats, best prices, no per-ticket fees. Ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Greeting, Earthlings. We have now taken over your radio.
Mike Schaefer.
See, I would argue, because I like to argue, we all underestimated how hard it is to, 1, win college football games, and 2, transition and take over a program.
Mike Schaefer.
I was trying to kindly tell Mr. Bishop the Vikings have a chance to surprise some people, and I think that they could even win the division.
Mike Schaefer.
It doesn't seem like the kind of book where they would be hooked on meth. That got dark.
Mike Schaefer.
And it is time for another Wednesday with our good friend Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 Sports. Schaefer, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's a nice, quiet month of May. I almost said March. I just got my M's confused there. But a nice, quiet month of May here. I mean, Nebraska's just making a ton of offers. Obviously, Dylan Raiola committed to Georgia, which isn't a big surprise at this point. And just, a little calm before what I expect to be a very, very, very busy June.
Obviously waiting for the fullback camp, which we all are with bated breath. Now that the Raiola coaster has ended, What are going to be lessons learned here from a Nebraska Matt Rule perspective, if there are any?
I don't know that there's any real lessons learned. I mean, I look at it as they had an opportunity to chase the number one quarterback in the country, the number one recruit in the country. They didn't really overextend themselves in doing so. I know there's going to be people that are upset that maybe there isn't a better ready-made backup plan at quarterback for the 2024 class. I don't think that's as big of a concern. I mean, I think that if you feel good about what you have on your roster at the moment, if you don't take a quarterback right away right now, you're going to have plenty of opportunity to play in the portal in December. And we don't know who or what's going to be available in December that isn't right now. And so no matter who you take as your high school quarterback commit right now, they're not going to help you in the 2023 class. So if you are waiting till December, or excuse me, in the 2023 season, if you are waiting until December, it's still the same thing. So I just look for them to maybe entertain if there's some quarterbacks that have good senior film, or maybe someone comes to camp and impresses. But I don't look for Nebraska to be very active in knocking the doors down to try to find a quarterback right now for its 2024 high school class.
Shafe, I thought Ari Wasserman of The Athletic, he had a really interesting piece this week where essentially it could be boiled down to, like, if Nebraska cannot land a quarterback that has the ties of Dylan Raiola and is rated this high, like, who can they land? And he gave them a ton of praise for getting back into it. I think we've all given Nebraska a ton of praise. But is there a part of you that views it from that perspective too, of like, man, it's just, this is a kick in the junk that you had a lot going for you, and it just shows the benefits, I guess, of being a Georgia, being a Bama, being Ohio State, and just kind of how far ahead those programs are from Nebraska and like 120 other schools?
Yeah, I guess I don't really view that as much of a point, because it seems sort of self-evident. Like, yeah, Nebraska's only real chance at the number one quarterback in the country is the fact that his dad was the center in 1999. I mean, I don't think that we aren't having that conversation when they missed out on Arch Manning. We're not having that conversation when they missed out on Quinn Ewers. Like, they're not expected to be in this part of the pool. And so the only reason they're there is because of this connection that they have to Dylan Raiola's dad. And so, I mean, I guess I don't really look at it like a big concern, because they have to go recruit how they can recruit. And we don't know what Matt Rule and Marcus Satterfield can do in terms of recruiting on the quarterback recruiting trail, because they've really only gone after one guy. And they've only been here since December. So if they turn around and they get a Stone Saunders, or we get a high-level guy for 2025, I don't know that there's any reason to have a lot of concern there. I don't think I want to spend a lot of time fretting about high school quarterback recruiting with the way the transfer portal has worked for the most part over the last few years. I just think there's always going to be an opportunity to find quarterbacks in the portal, find guys that have, game experience. And you just have to pick your poison. You have to figure out what type of quarterback you want and how you want to build your roster. And we'll see kind of how the staff moves forward with it.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. Teddy Rizak, the linebacker from Omaha West Side, committed to Notre Dame. Reportedly, Matt Rule admitted to some, quote, missteps in the process. But given how quickly Rizak was offered and accepted from Notre Dame, what is your take on just how the timeline of all of this worked out, and if Matt Rule made any miscalculations when it came to this in-state product?
Yeah, again, like I know that there's going to be people that want you to really hold their feet to the fire over these things. They got here in December. I mean, they probably in the future aren't in this situation because a kid like Teddy Rizak would be at one of their camps that they're going to have in June. They're going to have a better familiarity with him. I also just think Notre Dame saw something. They went out and they worked him out and they offered him. I mean, they were the first to really do it. Like, I'm not going to fault Nebraska for not having, Omaha West Side on lockdown, if you will. So again, like, could they have gone in earlier and made a stronger evaluation? Maybe. I don't know that. And I always feel weird when I get in these situations, and I don't want to take anything away from Teddy Rizak, but I don't know that it's like the end of the world that Nebraska doesn't get him. if Notre Dame has a plan for him and Nebraska basically viewed him as an athlete and they didn't have the same plan, he made the right decision going to the school that has a plan for him. I mean, we have to see kind of how this plays out. And one of the things that's happened here, every time an in-state kid ends up somewhere else, we're just supposed to dunk on Nebraska without ever waiting and seeing how it plays out. Avante Dickerson's transferring from Oregon. Did Nebraska really miss out on 2 years of Avante Dickerson? Like, we're at this point where it's the assumption that every time a school comes in, they take the kid away from in-state, that kid's going to go be this, all-American player. That really hasn't happened. Other than Noah Fant, like that's the most recent strong example that I can kind of come up with. Otherwise, you're chasing ghosts of Drew Ott and Easton Stick and things of that nature. So I think we need to kind of like dial it down with sort of how the reaction is to when Nebraska misses out on an in-state kid. Like they still have to go and prove it wherever they're going.
Shafe, I'm sensing an annoyance from you and maybe some of the discourse, whether it's surrounding Nebraska in-state recruiting or just recruiting in general.
Well, the annoyance is more so with the in-state recruiting because people can't figure out what it like. I have it on both ends of the spectrum. You have those people who feel like every kid in state should get an offer if, Northwest Missouri State takes a look at them. So it's just you have that end of it. And then you have the people who feel like they should only take the top 2 players out of the state and never recruit any other spot. So it's just it's one of those things where because Nebraska's not winning, it just feels like it's this bigger magnified topic. And really, it just sort of comes down to, does player X fit into this program? If the answer is yes, and it seems like he's worth a scholarship, move forward with it. Everything gets turned into a referendum with Nebraska football now, and in-state recruiting seems like the dumbest, newest thing to me.
Oh, it's a dumb old thing, too. So, I mean, at least there's one constant that, we'll always have the debate over the sellout streak and in-state recruiting. Those are things that will never, ever, ever go away. You mentioned earlier at the outset, 2024 offers have been going out. Nebraska's been looking at wide receivers, offensive line. What has stood out in these last handful of offers that we've seen?
Well, I think they're certainly just sort of trying to, get a gauge on what else is out there in 2024. I mean, they're building out a bigger wide receiver board. I think they had hoped to have a little bit more success with some guys in Texas than maybe they've had so far. And then you're just kind of keeping an eye out. I mean, you look at these offers. I mean, you have some in California, you have a couple in Texas, you have 1 or 2 down in Florida, you have one over in Iowa. I mean, they're willing to kind of go wherever the talent is. And they're obviously looking and have a few positions in mind that are tantamount to what they need to add to. And that's really offensive line and wide receiver, 2 areas where they brought in a bunch of numbers over the last 5 years. And we just haven't seen the production and the development out of those position groups from the high school recruits that you were hoping to kind of see at this point.
Shafe, looking at the team on the field in 2023, there's been, quite a few win totals now. Those have started coming out. They're usually hanging out in the 6.5 win range. I wonder, when you look at the first half of the schedule, is there a game that you could view like Nebraska winning or even keeping it close and saying, okay, that's a good sign that the over is going to hit? And on the same token, with those same, opening handful of games, is there one where if they lose or if it goes down to the wire that you're like, ooh, that's a bad sign and the under might be the play?
Yeah, I don't know about the first one because we just saw in 2021 losing close doesn't necessarily mean the wins are going to follow.
Sure.
So it doesn't really matter if they play Michigan close and lose. You either win or you don't. So I don't know that there's a game early on that would trigger one way or the other. I do think if they come out and they just handle Minnesota, that would make you feel pretty good about where things kind of sit with their ability to play. If the reverse would be true, if they go out to Boulder and they can't hang with Colorado, or worse, it's kind of like a toss-up game late in the fourth quarter. That, I think, would be concerning to a lot of people right now because it's a Colorado program that's in flux, where maybe the best news they have going for it is Deion Sanders' new vehicle.
And we'll have more on that in content coming up later today here on the Grum. We're talking
about that. I'm spoiling things.
Oh, you did a great job.
You're spoiling things. Speaking of spoiling things, there might be some people in this conversation right now that are openly rooting for a 10 a.m. local kickoff in Boulder. I won't mention any names, but I'm curious. Should Matt Rule be rooting for a 10 a.m. local kickoff in Boulder, if for anything else, to mute what is expected to be a very raucous home atmosphere for Prime's first home game?
I mean, I gotta show up to Boulder one of these times. I've been twice, where like there's not at least 40% Nebraska fans before I'd be overly worried about the home crowd atmosphere there. We'll see what it looks like with Deion Sanders now in the fold, if that changes things. But I don't think Matt Rule is going to be overly concerned about what time they play that game. I mean, I think if Nebraska can take care of business, they should be able to handle Colorado, whether that's at night or if it's in the mid-morning. I'm all about the early a.m. games. Let's just get it going, get it started. How about a 7 a.m. kickoff?
Yeah, it's so interesting, Shape.
Classic.
John always is loving the early kickoffs, but now he might have to do a pregame show in Colorado and suddenly, I don't like the 11 a.m. kickoffs anymore. Very inconsistent from one John Bishop.
No, not inconsistent at all. I just say that the line needs to be drawn at 11 a.m. local time. That's all I'm saying.
Shape, he sounds like he should be given like a time slot on one of the cable news channels with how much flipping and flopping he's doing lately.
Wow, lines in the sand.
Well, I'm sure
news.
MSNBC is hiring. They do a lot of flip-flopping. Shafe, I am curious, though, about Colorado because there was our friend Steve Sipple, who's going to join us a little bit later on, did a preview on Colorado. He talked to one of the local scribes out there. It seems like even the local scribes are drinking the Prime Kool-Aid that, hey, you don't underestimate us, 4-8 is our 4, 4-8 is the 4 here. But and this is a sincere question because Nebraska we have collectively, I'm talking fans, media, heck, probably the team, coaches, we have underestimated some opponents in recent years. Is there anywhere where we might be underestimating Colorado?
Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible that it all just clicks and that Deion Sanders has assembled the sort of talent that he can just walk into a room and they know how to play football immediately, and it doesn't matter that they haven't really been playing together and that they didn't really have that much of a spring together, and that maybe they only have 40 people they can rely on. I mean, I don't know that I believe that everything's just going to come up heads for Colorado. Like I think they're going to have some position groups where they lack some depth. I think they're going to have some position groups where they might have raw athletic talent, but they haven't played a lot of football. And I would imagine, as a coaching staff, that's going to be somewhat challenging, that you're going to inherit some new players right in the beginning of, July, August, and you have to turn around and try to turn it into a cohesive football unit. So I don't mean to underestimate Colorado at all. I'm just skeptical that it's all just going to come together magically, because Deion Sanders was pretty good at football and has coached, at the FCS level.
Hey, Shafe, going back to the outset of the conversation, you mentioned how not chill May has been so far, and obviously what's to come in June. You mentioned on the podcast yesterday with BC, like Friday Night Lights and maybe some things that Nebraska could do differently or that things had gotten stale. When you look ahead to next month and the camp season, like what differences or changes maybe are you expecting to see this summer under Matt Rule versus what we've seen around here for the last handful of years?
Well, it sure seems like they're putting a big emphasis on trying to get the underclassmen in this state to just come out there and work out, whether it's for a during the day camp, whether it's for the only Friday Night Lights thing they have, Father's Day weekend, whatever it is. It just doesn't seem like they put all their eggs in the basket of, we'll get guys that'll show up because they'll want to be on Memorial Stadium's turf under the lights. Like, I don't think that that's, the way that they're viewing it. I think they're actively courting people to be there. They've talked about how much value there is for them in terms of the camp circuit, being able to watch these kids work out, and that they were going to make some offers from it. I would suspect that you're going to see contingents coming up from Texas and other places where they have ties that are going to come out and work out. But it's not going to be like built around this whole Friday night thing. Like, it's just going to happen throughout the month of June. So in some ways, it's going to seem like a little bit less forced. Because they're just going to have kind of the month open and kids are going to come in for camp. So the news might be kind of, instead of all being centered around a Friday night, it might just sort of be flowing throughout. And then I think they also know that it's a big time for official visits. I mean, there's a lot of talk about the last weekend in June being the big one for Nebraska. They're going to have a lot of visitors, I think, slated to come in. We're starting to confirm some of the official visits that are being set up with some of the local kids and other recruits as well. So I just think it's going to be a very busy month, but they're going to have their opportunity to kind of put a stamp on what their off season looks like, what their camp sort of looks like, and all of that versus, really with Nebraska previously, it felt like Friday Night Lights had started to turn by the time Scott Frost got here. By the time it really finished, it didn't seem like they were getting much of anything out of that event. So I think more than anything else, just having a sort of a new take on camps is going to be helpful, I think, for Nebraska.
Shafe, one of the through lines to this week, and you mentioned it's camp season. It's also conference realignment season with everything that's happening in the ACC, the Pac-12, the Big 12. Are you excited about the possibility, or do you want a Big Ten conference that includes Oregon and Washington?
No, I mean, that's not my preferred choice, but if that's what happens, that's what happens. I've sort of hit the point with conference realignment where it's happened enough times that I guess until the big button gets pushed and things start getting blown up, I don't know that I really care about the daily minutia of it. I'm sort of just kind of hit the point where I'm not going to follow it, real closely until we're at the breaking point. Like when college football conferences get broken and one of the major conferences just is done away with, whether that's the Pac-12 or the ACC or whatever, then I think it's going to get interesting again. But for now, we've kind of seen all of this, like a bunch of posturing, a bunch of, this could happen and that could happen, and these teams are interested and they've been vetted. I don't know. I don't care. We'll get there when we get there. I mean, it's another year where none of this matters for the upcoming season. I am very excited for UCLA and USC to join the conference and what that all ultimately looks like. But I just don't know that I'm all in on terms of realignment conversation. I'm ready for whatever happens going to happen and then have the conversation. The sort of posturing and buildup I'm bored with now.
Shafe, before I let you go, I think it was 2-3 weeks ago, maybe a month, and I asked you, will you ever have interest in the NBA regular season again? And you laughed and said, absolutely not. Are you intrigued at all by the local flavor of the Denver Nuggets in the Western Finals and being the favorites maybe to win the whole thing?
Yeah, I'm fine with Denver. I've watched some playoff basketball this year. Maybe not as much as I have in previous years. But I've certainly watched some games, and, Denver's been really good. And I thought the series with the Suns was going to be probably more interesting than it turned out to be, because I think that Suns team kind of imploded a little bit there. But yeah, I like Denver a lot. I mean, selfishly, I prefer it over the Lakers. I get tired of seeing the same people over and over. So, if the Nuggets can make it to their first NBA Finals in however long, I mean, that would be really exciting, I think, for the sport. I don't think it's a good thing that you have guys that can take off half the season and then the Lakers and Warriors still end up playing in the conference semifinals and all the helium and all the conversation is about Steph Curry and LeBron James. I don't think that's great for the league, but they're going to do great numbers off of it anyway. So what does it matter? So, Nuggets versus Lakers should be interesting. Can't say that I care at all about Heat Celtics. I don't know that I even want to watch it really. I think I'd prefer the Celtics to come out of that, I guess, but at the same time, I don't know that I care one way or the other.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. Shafe, thanks as always. We do appreciate it. And Brett McMurphy to join us later in the Grum to talk about conference realignment.
Well, you know me, I never get excited about anything until I get overly excited and over the top about it. So,
Shafe, have a great week.
All right, guys, have a good one.
Thanks, Shafe.
That's Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7. Yes, Brett McMurphy still to come. Yes, Steve Sipple still to come. Well, maybe. I mean, it is Sip. You never know with him and his wonky schedules. But remember, no matter where you hear Brett McMurphy, no matter where you hear Mike Schaefer, no matter where you hear Steve Sipple on this Grum, you're hearing it live, and it's always AM radio, 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
4th place in 1944's Running of the Roses. The horse's name, Shut Up.
Simple, tasteful,
So this was also probably a little vulgar.
And they probably had a whole segment on 1944 Sports Talk Radio about how they were a horrible example for the kids.
Is society crumbling because the horse's name was Shut Up? This is 1944. We're trying to win a war here, and your horse's name is Shut Up.
I love your 1944 guy.
The Connor Happer Show, weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Conoyer Garden Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Your Wednesday afternoon forecast will include sunny skies with afternoon highs approaching the low to mid 80s. In Omaha, I'm tracking an afternoon high of 84 degrees. Remaining clear throughout the evening and overnight, temperatures will be cooling into the upper 50s around daybreak Thursday, increasing clouds throughout Thursday morning. By the afternoon, spotty showers possible. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KTV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
It's time to find a career that's right for you. Metropolitan Community College can help you find a new path forward on your time. Whether you need a degree that puts you on a path to a new career or need to finish a degree you've already started, MCC makes it affordable and convenient with a flexible class schedule, online or on campus. It's your time to path forward. Let MCC show you the way. Apply today at mccneb.edu/adults.
The following is a test of the KOZN emergency system equipment. The data tones you just heard are used in the emergency alert system. This concludes testing of the KOZN emergency alert system equipment. This station serves the Nebraska Operational Area Number 1.
Shop Woodhouse Buick GMC first and experience the difference. A large indoor showroom, 119th and I. You can shop during all kinds of weather conditions. And right now, you can find yourself behind the wheel of a 2023 Buick Encore GX Preferred. You can lease it right now for $299 a month for 39 months with 10,000 miles per year. With approved credit, and you have a current GMC or Buick lease, $999 down payment, first payment, and $299 doc fee. Do it signing. The offer expires on May 31st. Online anytime, WoodhouseBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Peerless Energy Systems is Nebraska and Iowa's locally owned and operated authorized solar air compressor distributor. Peerless Energy Systems provides products and solutions for compressed air systems, helping companies in manufacturing, food processing, transportation, auto body repair, car dealers, and more. Driving industry efficiency through service, support, and relationships, let Peerless Energy Systems help you increase efficiency with your compressed air systems today. PeerlessEnergy.com.
Standard Heating and Air Conditioning is and has always been locally owned and operated. Now, with 160 employee owners, chances are one of us lives in your neighborhood. We take pride in taking care of you, our customers, and keeping you comfortable all year round. And as always, our technicians don't have sales quotas. When other companies send salespeople, Standard sends qualified technicians. It's just part of.
Carrier, turn to the experts.
The Blue Jays are fighting for a postseason appearance while the Huskies are fighting for a national seed. The Creighton Blue Jays and the Yukon Huskies. Games Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday afternoon. The regular season series finale on 1180 The Zone.
Trees, are they all the same? Not at Lanahaw. Grown from a quality seed source, handcrafted in our local farms for generations, and acclimated to our tough Midwestern climate, Lanahaw's trees are different. Simply put, they're better. Much like our trees, we take great pride in being homegrown. Visit our garden center to find your next tree today. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct. The 1620 The Zone.
I got a email from John.
I got an email.
Hey, your mic sounds like better.
Singy today.
I think it's bad. Yeah, he has been very singy.
I don't know what you're talking about. The last live segment was I understood everything I said.
Well, I did too. It's just a little scratchy.
It's a little scratchy.
Hopefully it stays okay. John writes, with as much as Rule has hyped the offensive line and Donnie Raiola, it better show up quick on the field. If it doesn't, the idea that Donnie was retained only to aid in getting Dylan to commit is going to grow exponentially, and Rule will have cost himself a lot of goodwill.
Well, listen, I questioned that decision as much as anybody. But overall, I mean, one of my bigger concerns was that maybe there's not a lot of experience on this coaching staff, and Raiola would certainly qualify as one of them.
Yeah, you more attack Garrett with one T than you do.
That wasn't me.
Only Donnie.
But yeah, I do wonder if there will be some of that kind of backlash in the fan base. You know,
if they struggle,
and it is the off season, and we haven't seen the offensive line perform, so there's no reason to go after Uncle Don. But I do wonder if the offensive line struggles out of the gate next year, if instantly people will be like, and we kept this guy. Why? He couldn't even deliver his nephew.
Yep.
And
it's going to happen.
It'll happen.
It's going to happen.
It'll happen.
Yeah.
Oh,
Minnesota, 8 sacks. Can you imagine?
I don't want to imagine. I don't want to imagine.
Okay.
Because that means that PJ is running even faster up and down the
Imagine
sidelines.
this. Gus Johnson at 10:15 local time. Oh, it's already the second sack of the drive for the Colorado Buffaloes.
I don't like
At 10:15 a.m. here in Boulder.
Oh, no, that ain't gonna happen. Well, the ACC Civil War may have reached a truce.
Oh, Robert E. Lee and
no, Jim Phillips.
Oh, okay.
Who's the ACC commissioner? Said yesterday. Actually, it was today. Said today. What I've been told by the athletic directors and presidents is that we're all in this together. Emphatically,
sure,
all in this together. And
musical.
He said he encourages the universities to come to ACC headquarters to examine the conference's grant of rights. Quote, that's not a warning sign to me that something bad may happen, etc. First of all, I don't think you actually have to go to ACC headquarters to examine the grant of rights. I mean, it's a document. I'm sure every school probably has a copy of one.
Yeah, just print it out on a piece of paper.
Exactly. Or I don't know, use a PDF, email it.
See, you don't even have to waste paper. Good call, John.
That would be funny if the ACC said, nope, there's only one copy. It's like the Constitution or the Declaration of Independence.
You gotta have
it's
it
under
behind
glass.
bulletproof glass.
And Florida State
is Nick Cage going to steal this?
Sends Nick Cage up to steal it.
Oh, man.
And it turns into this great adventure series.
That's a great movie. We should watch that in the movie club.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
National Treasure?
Yeah, the
They're
first
so
one.
good.
The second one sucked.
I
First one
never saw the second one. Michael Alford, the athletic director at Florida State, who's the one who was the most fired up about all of this.
Yeah, he was.
And kind of helped start this whole thing in the first place, said that the Seminoles are thrilled to be in the ACC and want to remain a league member.
Wow. We love this conference. We definitely didn't bitch about it.
Alford, quote, the ADs and universities are very unified, so we're thrilled about being in this league, and we want to stay in it.
Matt says, shades of 2020. We're all in this together. Yeah, remember 2020? Everyone was like, oh, this is great. We're all on the same side.
This was another quote from
Not gonna
Alford.
fight it all.
This is great, 2020.
Yeah, that's what they were saying. It's me, Bill Moose. I love everybody. It's 2020, everybody.
Another quote that was in the Ross Dellinger report from SI. This is from Alford, the athletic director at Florida State. These conversations we've had in the last 2 days have been the most open and transparent discussions we've ever had since I've been in the conference. Keep in mind, he's been in the conference for only 2 years. Now, I haven't been in the conference very long. He admits it. But talking to others who have been here for many years, they've commented as well. They've never had this open, transparent discussion among the ADs and commissioner and the commissioner and his staff. The dialogue's been great. People understand the issues. They're really taking a look at how we're going to fix this model that we have in the ACC that would allow us to compete amongst our peers.
Methinks the ACC doth protest a bit too much.
Perhaps.
They are being a little too positive coming off of the last week. Some of the positive boys. Yeah, they're really trying to
That
put
was
on
one
a
thing I
brave
appreciated
face.
about the collapse of the original Big 12 was no one was really that positive. I mean, they
No,
weren't
they're
just
burning
coming
it to the
right out,
ground.
but but you could tell by their body language and their demeanor and reading very lightly into their quotes that, yeah, things aren't going very well. By the way, Dellinger's reporting that the number for this different revenue distribution, a merit-based system, if you will, there are multiple models being discussed, but there are scenarios in which a school could add $10 million more in revenue, but it would be success-based, i.e. make the playoff. That number, by the way, is about twice as much as what they were estimating before. They were thinking, well, maybe the Florida States will get an extra $5 million a year. Well, they're doubling it, maybe, to $10 million a year. Still going to put them,
still going to far behind.
But see, this is why, and we'll talk about this shortly. Brett McMurphy's going to join us about this and other things rumbling around the world of college football.
Yeah.
This, to me, it's not about the money as much as it is the ego.
Yeah, and the power, for sure. Definitely. It has to be.
Alford said as much a few months ago when he said, we can't handle it that UCF, who's at best the fourth wheel in our state.
Bingo.
Now, I'm paraphrasing here, is going to make more money than us in Miami.
It infuriates them because they view themselves as above them. And they should. They've won national titles.
Sure.
UCF is not.
Sure.
Except for the fake one that they won.
But it all depends on how good your conference is and how good your commissioner was. Unfortunately, old Swofford, he at the time they thought, oh, we're locking ourselves in for 15 years, man. We are set. Now they're paying the price for it.
Yeah.
Because the Big Ten, banking on itself, is going for shorter deals, and they're being able to re-up for more money each time. Meanwhile, the ACC's stuck with this until 2036.
Yeah, Jed says the ACC is done after this current grant of rights. Yeah.
Listen, and I don't care what you want to call it, merit-based, unbalanced, whatever the case may be. This is the death knell.
Yeah.
Once you have members, and
John,
sure,
the NFL doesn't even do this.
No, nobody does this. Nobody in a solid business partnership would agree to something like this.
It's like Animal Farm. All teams are equal. Some are just more equal than others.
Yeah,
four legs good.
It's not going to work out well for them.
No, it's definitely not. It's definitely not.
And listen, they're going to keep going through this, and they're going to keep going through it with a fine-tuned comb, and they're going to find a way to try to get out of the grant of rights or claim something, and it's going to be messy. I mean, Texas and Oklahoma walked away. Just because you signed a contract anymore doesn't mean anything. We see coaches do it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Schools are no different. And in this day and age where everyone's, bargaining for their best possible deal, this is what you get.
Yep.
So everyone's locked on arms and all in this together. Well, the guy whose report kind of got everything started, Brett McMurphy of the Action Network, will join us next. We'll discuss this, but also something that he mentioned earlier this week, and that was that Washington and Oregon have already been vetted by the Big Ten Conference.
Tell us more, Brett.
And remember, Brett said on this very program 2 summers ago.
I thought about that this morning.
Very confident that
yeah,
Oregon and Washington would be Big Ten members sooner rather than later.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if he's going to double down on that and more as we continue with Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Had a chance to visit my friends at Woodhouse Chevy, the brand new location at 112th and Dodge. Now, it's brand new to the Woodhouse Auto family, but that has been a legacy Chevy location for 50 years, 112th and Dodge, and now it's a member of the Woodhouse family. And along with Woodhouse Chevy in Missouri Valley, now 2 great metro locations to help you find new roads to a 2023 Chevy Silverado. Right now, get 3.9% APR for 60 months on all in-stock 2023 Silverado 1500s when you finance with GM Financial. They have dozens of Silverados, all with the features, styles, and colors you want. Had a chance to look at a few of them today on the lot there at 112th and Dodge. Yes, you've got a great variety of Silverado 1500s to choose from. Take advantage of this great rate right now. And while you're there, Make sure you chat with their knowledgeable, friendly staff who will help you find the vehicle that doesn't meet but exceeds your expectations. Don't have time to get there in person right away? Go to woodhouse.com, check out the entire selection of Silverados online, and while you're there, schedule a test drive, value your trade, and fill out the credit app. Find your new Chevy Silverado at Woodhouse Chevy. Exit 75 off I-29 Missouri Valley, and now at 112th and Dodge in Omaha. With approved credit, see dealer for details. Expires 5/31/23.
It's the 5K giveaway on 1620 The Zone. Enter to win a $5,000 shopping spree right now at 1620thezone.com. It's the 5K giveaway on 1620 The Zone.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day, and they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. Choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now try Babbel for free by texting radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000.
How powerful is the Cox network? So powerful that one day the internet will let your doctor perform miracles from thousands of miles away,
Connecting to remote operating room.
giving a whole new meaning to the term house call.
Operation complete.
The Cox network, with gig speeds everywhere. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, bringing us closer. In Cox serviceable areas, speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms apply. Other restrictions may apply.
Kick off Pride Month with the Omaha Storm Chasers. June 1st is Pride Night at Warner Park presented by PayPal. Walk the concourse and check out the nonprofit organizations supporting the LGBTQ+ community. The Chasers Special Community Series jerseys will be available for purchase in the team store while supplies last. For details and tickets, visit omahastormchasers.com.
Omaha Storm Chasers family. Everyone get on your feet, stir up the storm, we're family.
If you haven't updated your windows, you could be throwing money out the window. Don't let the cool air out. Upgrade today with J-Tech Construction. For a limited time, get 60 months with 0% interest. Plus, as an added bonus, every window gets a special rated UV upgrade for free. Save money, keep the cool air in, and be happier when you upgrade your windows with the official exterior experts of Nebraska Athletics. For more info, go to yourexteriorexperts.com. Subject to credit approval.
Tired of having a website that doesn't reflect the quality of your brand? At JM Online, we specialize in custom websites for unique business needs. Your website should be more than just a digital billboard. It should be a powerful tool that grows your business. Awarded Omaha's best web developers in 2023, we're dedicated to local business success. So if you're ready to take your website to the next level, go to jmonline.com and request a call.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Welcome back. Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, the Zone mobile app. You can watch us along in the live stream at 1620thezone.com or subscribe to our YouTube channel. Just search 1620 The Zone on YouTube. Let's welcome in. Now, we are always obliged to acknowledge our guests, where they are from, the Action Network in the case of our next guest, but we are contractually obligated to mention Brett McMurphy, the man who saved Nebraska, Oklahoma.
Oh, thank God.
Hello, Brett.
Hi, Brett.
Glad he didn't forget. Good to talk to you guys again.
We will never forget.
No, we will not. No, we will not.
We will never forget. Oh, also because it gave us a lot of content when that story first broke.
Oh, yeah. We're still talking about it years later, Brett. I don't think we'll ever stop.
So it's kind of funny when you report something like that. And obviously it's kind of people that are Nebraska fans don't like to hear that. And then kind of you get some time moved away from it, and perhaps you make a coaching change, and then suddenly people that maybe thought no way this happened kind of look back and go, wow, that really did happen. We were really almost going to do that. So I love Matt Rule. I am an abashed Matt Rule fan, and I think I thought Scott Frost was a very good hire. I think Matt Rule is a great hire. And let's see now if he can turn around the fortunes of the Huskers.
Brett, you've been reporting on the doings of the ACC. We just kind of recap some of the latest stuff in this story. It sounds like everyone now, a couple of days later, are putting on a happy face. What did these last few hours, couple of days mean in this ACC uncivil war?
Well, kind of I think the biggest misperception, at least on social media, surprise, social media was off its rocker, was that like literally a decision would be made in the past 2 days that these schools were going to leave the conference. That was never going to happen this week. All it was is that, as I termed them, the Magnificent Seven, they want unequal revenue shares because they feel like that they generate more revenue than the remaining schools in their conference. And, they've got metrics and all these great TV ratings and all this minutia that backs it up. And I'm sure the other 7 schools can also present their case that there is, they're worth as much as these other schools. The bottom line is these schools wanted just to address the fact that they think they're worth more, and that they're locked into the media rights deal with ESPN through 2036, and that's not a lifetime. That's like 3 lifetimes for media rights revenue deals, and so they're trying to find out a way to get more revenue. Certainly, ESPN is not going to go, hey, you know what, guys, we should have gave you more money when we started doing this, so here's more money. That's not going to happen. So they're trying to be creative how they can do that. They talked about it. A lot of the ADs that we talked to this week here in Amelia Island, they said it was unfortunate that it got out, but they're kind of glad that it did because they can clear the air and talk about some real issues, and that is how to do what's best for everybody in the ACC moving forward. With that being said, they didn't solve anything here this week. They proposed they have some different options. They'll forward those to the president. The president will likely approve those. And basically that is in a nutshell that the future college football playoff money, instead of being divided equally throughout the conference, the teams that earn that money would get the majority of that. The NCAA basketball tournament units, would go to the schools that earn those bowl game revenue, different things. So they'll just kind of change the distribution of that. But I think, they wouldn't, Jim Phillips, the commissioner, wouldn't commit to it. But basically, some of the ADs told us that, maybe we're talking about an additional $10 million a year for 2 or 3 of the schools. Well, guess what? They're at $36 million right now, I think. Add another $10 million. So that gives, I don't know, Florida State, Clemson, pick a third school, North Carolina, $46 million. That is still light years away from what the Big Ten and the SEC make. And I just think, not next week, not next month, probably maybe not even next year, but sometime in the next couple of years, I still think there will be somebody or somebodies that try to challenge the ACC grant of rights and try to climb over that wall, and that is seek the greener, grassier fields of either the SEC or the Big Ten.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you that, Brett, because to me, this all just seems like a Band-Aid to kind of be put over this cut, but it's not just a cut, it's a gash that this league is dealing with. And I think you hit on it at the end. $10 million more. That's great, but they're still going to be so far behind the two big dog conferences.
You know, great minds think alike. And I've literally used this phrase for the last month when talking about it, a little bit more graphic. This is like putting a Band-Aid over a gunshot wound, but I give you credit for going with the Band-Aid analysis. But you are dead on. This is not going to, you know, you need stitches. You need to sew this thing up. This is not going to do it. It's just going to stop the bleeding for a little bit. And, you know, Michael Alford, the Florida State AD, brought this up last week. UCF moves to the Big 12 this year. The Big 12's new media deal kicks in 2025. It goes for 6 years. So in 2031, they'll be getting a new deal, more money, while the ACC's still in their current deal with the ACC. Well, Florida State's still in the current deal with the ACC. So then at that point, UCF, only 4 or 5 years being in the Power Five, will make more money than every ACC school. And that's the issue they have. I think one thing real quick that was really telling, and I actually give Jim Phillips credit here. He basically said, you know, we're third right now, you know, obviously behind the King Kong and Godzilla, whichever monster you want to attribute to the SEC or Big Ten. And then after that, there's a huge gap. And they're basically saying, we're third, we want to remain third. Now we want to close the gap. But I thought it was fascinating that basically he's saying what a lot of people already know, but admitting it publicly for a commissioner is totally different. That basically there's no more Power Five. There's a Power Two, and then there's a Middle Three, and there's a Group of Five, and they're just trying to stay in that third slot and get as close as they can to the top two. It's almost, you know, we're number three. I mean, that's kind of what they're beating their chest about. But that, I mean, look, he's being realistic. They're not going to, nobody's going to catch those two conferences because there's no brands remaining that can get anybody close to that. So at least he's being realistic in what they can do. But that also means, you know, like you said, it's a Band-Aid, and at some point it's going to rip open and somebody's going to try to get out.
Brett McMurphy of the Action Network joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. What do you think the Big Ten and the SEC are thinking as they watch all of this?
Well, I don't think if the SEC had their way, I think they'd stay at 16 teams till the end of time. I think they're fine with adding OU in Texas this year. I think they'd be great to go forward with those 16 teams. However, if the Big Ten decides it wants to go beyond 16, and look, I've reported this in the past, Oregon and Washington have been vetted and approved by the league if they want to add more schools, but more specifically, if the money from the networks is there to bring in more schools, they meet all the right. They check off all the boxes. So while the SEC would probably want to stay at 16, the unknown is what the Big Ten does. I mean, they flipped everybody on its side when they went out and got SC and UCLA. Do they want to try to get down and get Florida State, Miami? Do they want to go to Oregon, Washington? Do they want to, you know, I think of all the schools of the Magnificent Seven, I think North Carolina is the most attractive to the SEC and the Big Ten because neither conference has a program in that state. So it's a new market. And, you know, they're a brand name. They've got the Jordan brand. They've had a lot of success in basketball, but, you know, it's all football. But if the Big Ten decided, you know what, we're going to expand and some of these schools got out and they try to go for a Florida State or Miami, the SEC they don't want Florida State and Miami. They don't need Florida State or Miami. They have Florida. But if the Big Ten's going to go get Florida State and Miami, then the SEC may be like, we don't really want them, but we don't want the Big Ten to have them, so now we're going to go get them. So that could maybe bump the SEC up to 18, up to 20, the Big Ten up to 18 or 20. I do think if the Big Ten makes the move first, the SEC also would expand by 2 or 4, and that's where you could get 20. And if you want to get really radical and crazy, at some point you could see 24 teams in both of those leagues.
Brett, are you still bullish on? You mentioned Oregon and Washington. You mentioned them being vetted. Are you still bullish on those two schools joining the Big Ten sometime soon?
It literally depends on Fox, CBS, and NBC. And if they value those schools enough where they can bring them in and add more money per school to everybody in the league, then I think it can happen. Now, what the Big Ten may be looking at is, wow, there's some unrest in the ACC. Do we take a breath and maybe wait a year or two and see if anybody actually tries to get out of the ACC, and then we can go after some teams in the ACC. They know that they can get Oregon and Washington whenever they want. I do know that I've been told by multiple sources that the Big Ten and Fox does not want the blood of the Pac-12 on their hands. They don't want it to be perceived that they killed the Pac-12. Yeah, I know they got SC and UCLA, but that's only a flesh wound. So the thinking is, if any Pac-12 schools decide to leave the Pac-12 for the Big 12, and then you've got, a mass exodus, then possibly the Big Ten could swoop in and get Oregon and Washington. And, oh, by the way, you get them on the cheap. They're desperate now. They will be crawling over broken glass to get to the Big Ten at that point. So they could even get them at a lower amount. So I think they're probably going to wait and see, right? At least for the current, year or so. But I really think, something down the road, I don't, somebody asked me in 5 years when they have ACC meetings, are all these schools going to be here? And I said, no. And I can't tell you which ones won't be here, but there's no way they're going to last 5 years. And I hate that. I don't like that, but look, money talks, and you can get more money somewhere else. These guys are going to find a way to get to it.
Brett McMurphy, the Action Network. It's another day, another Pac-12 executive or someone close to the Pac-12 speaking out about when's this media deal going to come about. Yesterday, it was the athletic director at Arizona State who said, hey, we're not looking anywhere different. We're not looking to leave. And he says a new TV deal is coming in the summertime. Do you buy that? Do you think that we're actually going to see a deal, or does the Big 12 start this trigger of the next conference realignment and they take their schools and the Big Ten takes theirs?
Well, I mean, whenever an AD or a president comes out and says what you just said, everybody that believes the Pac-12 is going to be fine comes out and says, see, they said nothing's going to happen, so nothing's going to happen. You guys have been doing this for a while. You're smart. Whenever an AD comes out and gives a coach their approval, what happened? He gets fired the next day. I mean, everybody's committed until they're not committed. Nobody's going to come out and say, you know what, we're leaving this league in 6 months. But we love it here. Everyone's going to say everything's fine. Now, the Big 12 is actually not going to be doing anything. They're just sitting there waiting. If some of the Pac-12 schools get tired of this waiting and they come to the Big 12 and say, hey, we want to join your league, then certainly the Big 12 would take them. And the Big 12 obviously has been in contact with a number of schools in the Pac-12, but it's those schools to make that decision. I think by July 1st, so that's what, month and a half? I think by July 1st, we will either have some schools that have given up on waiting for the Pac-12 deal and announced they're going to join the Big 12, or we will have a new grant of rights for the Pac-12 that is signed by all remaining 10 members.
Brett McMurphy of the Action Network and the man who saved the Nebraska-Oklahoma series.
Mm-hmm.
Brett, great stuff. Really appreciate
Yeah.
it. Thanks for all the great reporting on this as well. And we are in peak. I mean, this is like tornado season in this part of the country. This is also
realignment season.
Conference realignment. We're in conference realignment alley.
Oh,
but it stretches from California to
Yeah.
Maine,
coast to coast.
Yeah.
So real quick, I grew up in Oklahoma. I live in Tampa now. Obviously, I've been through tornadoes like
Yep.
you guys and everybody listening. It's just if people have it, they don't understand it, but we do, obviously. I moved to Tampa. I turn on the news when I first moved there. There's a hurricane warning. I'm freaking out. And then I look at it and they say, yeah, it's hitting in 7 days. I'm like, 7 days? We have 7 minutes notice on a tornado. You got 7 days? Give me a break. But yeah, Godspeed with all the tornadoes, because I know what that's like. But
Amen.
yeah, it blew me away. They're freaking out about a hurricane. It's 7 days away. I'm like, oh, you got to be kidding. But anyway,
Brett,
you guys having me.
have a great
Thank you,
rest of your
Brett.
week. Thanks, Brett.
Take care.
Brett McMurphy of the Action Network.
Just fascinating times, man. I feel like we were saying that every summer. You know, last summer it was the USC UCLA bombshell. 2 summers ago it was the Texas Oklahoma one. I mean, he is still very bullish. He said, what, 5 years from now it won't be all the same schools. Rob emails in. He says, Clemson alum here. If 8 teams decide to leave the ACC, then the conference can dissolve and the grant of rights goes away. It's a matter of having landing spots for the 8 teams worked out before leaving. The conference won't exist in 3 years. I think Brett hit on something super important there, and that's like leagues having the blood on their hands, because in the past, in the last 13 years, let's just go back to Nebraska leaving and Colorado leaving, conferences have not ended. Conferences have gotten larger and more, they've gathered more strength. Conferences have not died yet, though. It does seem like the next moves are going to kill conference.
It's going to kill at least a conference.
And so, and he hit on it too. It's not just like, okay, let's say the Big Ten got Oregon and Washington. They effectively murder the Pac-12. It's not just them who did that. It's also the networks who did that. And so the blame would go around.
Yes, it would.
And so that's why it's almost like they want the schools to kind of decide it for them, and they need a large chunk of schools to do it instead of just 1 or 2.
Yeah, I agree with Brett that I think they're waiting on the Pac-12 to blow up, and they're waiting for the Big 12, who has been very bullish on what their plans are, and really haven't. If they're playing poker, they're not very good at hiding their tells. They want Colorado, they want the Arizona schools, they want Utah. And the Big Ten wants them to make the ones to make the first move this time. And then to Brett's point, then you can swoop in, you can get the 2 Pac-12 schools you've wanted, and who knows, maybe even Stanford and Cal at a discounted rate.
Yeah. Because you're not fighting with anybody anymore.
Nope. Coming up, we've got an update. Someone put out their NBA draft. I saw that the games are done at the Combine. They did some scrimmages today.
Oh, wow. Cool.
Well, Creighton's got 3 players that are in there. Kind of
Awesome. Are we
interesting.
going to look at box scores?
No, we're not going to look at box scores. But we also have an update on peaking Aaron Judge.
Of the peeper?
Peaking Aaron Judge. And I wanted to follow up on something that Ari Wasserman, friend of the program in the Athletic, wrote about, and Josh alluded to it in the talk we had with Schaefer that was live an hour ago. And that is college football and parity. Because he wrote about that in connection with the Dylan Raiola commit. Bring that up and more. Your calls are welcome. 402-951-1620 on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, everyone. Josh Peterson here for my friends at Kugler Vision. Speaking of peeking to the side, looking around, man, it's just so nice to see everything as clearly as I do right now. And there are surprising things that I know that patients, after they have a procedure, find out about Kugler Vision. The first one, how fast that procedure is. With their leading edge technology, just a few minutes per eye. I remember when I went through the process, I did not have LASIK. I had the PRK. I was inside of that room for maybe 10 minutes. It was incredible how fast I was in and out, moving on with the rest of my day. Speaking of how comfortable the procedure is, so often at Kugler Vision, those that work there here, wait, that's it? It's already done. You're going to be relaxed. You're going to be comfortable, and you'll know what is going on. No surprises whatsoever. And of course, then the next day, most patients actually drive themselves back to KV for their follow-up visit less than 24 hours later. And right now they have special pre-summer savings on modern LASIK or PRK or one of the other procedures that they have for a total of 7. Find out more information right now. Schedule an eye analysis at their website, KuglerVision.com. If you have been wondering or hemming and hawing about fixing that bad vision for a while now, this is the perfect chance to do so. Get the eye analysis scheduled today, KuglerVision.com.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center, looks like we're seeing some delays on L Street for both directions between 36th and the JFK. If you're east on 370, slow going from 84th to 72nd, and then delays on westbound Dodge between 680 and 120th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Reason 212 to celebrate 30 years of Fernando's.
You managed to put pants on this morning. Good job, you.
Winner of first place in 2023's Best of Omaha's Best Mexican Restaurant. Come in and get your Fernando's fix.
Think spring? Think Lanahaw Garden Center. We offer the most complete selection of landscape supplies and plant material for all of your projects. Lanahaw is your one-stop shop for all of your outdoor needs. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. Email me, Connor Happer, with the Connor Happer Show at Connor, CONNOR, at 1620thezone.com. Send me your love, your hate, and maybe a few hot takes. The Zone Inbox, presented by Equitable Bank.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Kugler Vision. Let us talk about the 3 most surprising things about modern LASIK at Kugler Vision. The first, how fast that LASIK procedure is. With Kugler Vision's leading-edge technology, we're talking just a few minutes per eye. Incredibly speedy. And how about this for number 2? How comfortable the procedure is. So often from their patients, they hear, wait, that's it? It's over? They make sure that you're relaxed and comfortable, as well as knowing exactly what is happening. And this for number 3, how quickly you can get back to normal life. Patients typically drive themselves to Kugler Vision the very next day for their follow-up visit. So you're back in action less than 24 hours later. Kugler Vision right now, they have special pre-summer savings on modern LASIK or any of their other advanced vision correction procedures. If you've ever thought about fixing your bad vision, the Kugler Vision Eye Analysis is your first step. Do so today. Schedule one online at kuglervision.com.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 3.5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. RAMP.com/sports.
Welcome to the After Hours Lounge on 1620 The Zone.
He showed up to work in Philly. You have to give him his leak back.
Is Kendrick right, gentlemen? Absolutely. 2 things. I just ripped the crotch out of my pants, and I just thought I'd let the listeners at home know that just happened when I leaned back to clap, so I'm going to need some new jeans. Secondly, wow. I don't think that gets talked about enough when these words turn
his mic off. He's cackling so hard.
He's crying, actually.
Catch After Hours 6 to 8, Monday through Friday, or as the sports schedule allows on 1620 The Zone.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no per-ticket fees. Ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
So, go ahead.
I was just going to read a quick
Please,
email.
go
I
ahead,
forgot to read this last segment. John writes in, is Brett calling from a zoo by chance? It was very interesting noises in the area.
Well, I think he was in South Carolina where the meetings were going on.
Oh, was that all the fighting in the background?
No,
I'm going to choke you.
I think they were the local birds.
Oh, cool.
Are you sure he wasn't piping in the bird noise?
It's possible. He may have been piping it in. CBS may have been working his audio for him. And then all of a sudden, you just hear all these different birds.
Tweet, tweet, tweet. Wow, how about this from Dellinger putting a bow on this story? ACC officials discussed releasing a statement in response to the situation with the 7, but, quote, we're not unified, ACC source says. We're unified until someone offers the school more to go somewhere else. Everyone is going to grab it. Apparently that was from Pat Forty in his column. That literally just went live. So
all is well.
They're just putting on a face right now.
The NBA Combine going on right now. Jays have 3 players there: Trey Alexander, Arthur Kaluma, Ryan Kalkbrenner.
I love talking about the NFL Combine, so I really love talking about the NBA.
Well, I just bring
Combine.
this up because
is it a
Trey
soybean
Alexander
head or
had a good game today. Went 5 for 5 in the scrimmage.
Boo! I'm booing him, not your thing.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm booing him. He just made a combine joke.
It's an important question.
Sam, is it Sam Viceni from The Athletic? Longtime NBA writer. Viceni, right? VEC. I don't think we've ever had him on the Grum.
No, probably not because he's an NBA guy. Sure. Or
That's true.
Vicini.
They do avoid us.
Yeah, the NBA people say they don't talk NBA.
In his
leave us alone.
In his mock draft, not mocking draft, his mock draft, he has Kaluma going in the second round.
Art
to Portland with the 43rd pick.
Rip City.
And 2 picks later, Memphis picking Ryan Kalkbrenner.
Ooh.
So middle of the second round.
Mid?
No sign of Trey Alexander on his mock draft.
Mm. Is there a concern with the Jays folks about old Kalk?
I think there's concern
Kalky?
about both of them.
Yeah.
I think there's concern about both of them.
You're talking about both of them as in him and Trey.
Him
obviously.
and Trey.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 2 weeks.
Art's already gone.
Still got 2 weeks.
Yeah.
My guess is, man, I don't know. It's hard to guess anymore. But I would think if there's a decision to come back, it would happen within a week. Or the combine wraps up this week, maybe in another week. The longer it goes, maybe the more, out there is about, well, should I do this? Should I do that? But we will find out.
Yeah.
But that's a quick update there. You can follow our good friend Jacob Padilla, who has many takes on the scrimmage that was held today.
Him and Matt DeMarinis, they have
Yes,
lots
they
of
were both
combine
watching.
takes.
Yeah.
The Combine boys.
The combine, they could do a podcast.
Yeah. Was that on that? Apparently, that must have been on ESPN Plus or something.
I don't know. It was probably on regular at one of the ESPNs.
You think?
Yeah, people love that crap. No offense, Jacob and Matt. Yeah, look, it's on
Oh,
ESPN
there it is.
too.
The NBA Draft Combine. It's on ESPN.
I can just.
Well, it's either that or 2 braying goats in the afternoon.
I'd rather have the brain goat.
I wouldn't.
Look, I make fun of the NFL Combine. I'm going to make fun of people who watch the NBA Combine. It's all dumb. No offense. Though I will say this for the NBA Combine dorks. At least they get to watch games. I mean, it's a practice game, but at least they're playing games.
That's true.
If the NFL
They're
Combine
not running just 3-cone
had
drills
like
all day.
C.J. Stroud versus Will Anderson in a tackle football game, I might be. Well, no, I don't watch the Senior Bowl, so I wouldn't be intrigued. Never mind.
See, there
Never
you go.
mind,
And
It's all,
and the NFL Combine Knicks would tell you, well, watch the Senior Bowl, watch the East-West Shrine game.
You want to?
That's what those are.
You know what I would rather do on a Saturday? Anything else?
Anything but
watch that.
Well, Jay Jackson, the pitcher for the Blue Jays, who was
Blue
on the
Space
mound
Jays.
when Aaron Judge was peaking, admits that he has a tell.
Oh.
So before he would come to his set position, he would bring his hands up near his ear as he gripped the ball. The grip, indicating which type of pitch he was about to throw, was visible to Yankee first base coach Travis Chapman. So, and there's a picture, but so imagine, if you will, you're holding your glove up kind of in front of your face, and it's a little over your shoulder, and you're with your other hand, you're gripping the baseball. Well, because he was holding the glove so high versus like down by his chest, because it was so high, the first base coach, who's behind him, because he's a right-handed pitcher, is able to see what kind of grip. And he was able to tell if it was a slider. Well, it was a slider. And as Farron pointed out yesterday, he basically threw nothing but sliders. But it was still easy enough. And that's what Aaron Judge was looking for. And Aaron Judge popped it out of the yard.
Now,
it is not against the rules.
I was going to say, are people still triggered?
No. Well,
yes.
I mean, people are going to be triggered, but
yeah, why do people get mad about taking advantage of a pitcher that is tipping their pitches?
well, sure, it's no different than if, somebody, overheard what was said in the huddle, what play was going to be run.
Yeah, why? Yeah, so why should I be? I'm not mad at that. You're
No,
not mad, right?
I'm not
Okay.
mad at all.
You don't want to
Again, this
cancel
is
Aaron
nothing
Judge?
like the Astros situation because they didn't use technology.
Yeah.
They didn't use artificial means for which to get their signals. This was something where it'd be no different than if we were playing poker against each other and you were holding your cards out in a place where I could see them.
Yeah, exactly. You'd
I'd
be an idiot not to take
I'd be an
advantage of
idiot
it.
not to take advantage of it.
Again, I think we need to be praising Aaron Judge for his ability to peek over and then that quickly. Because in every replay we watch, it's always in slow motion. He does that, and then he still hits a home run. That's incredible. One of the best athletic feats I've ever seen in my life. More peeking.
I don't know, more peeking.
More peeking.
Josh Peterson here for peeking.
I would like it if maybe they
On the
wouldn't
baseball
show their tells as much, but
Yeah,
either
just
way.
don't be an idiot. You're in the profession. How does that happen? You know, it's, I guess, though, professional poker players have tells. Everybody has
Sure
a
they
tell.
do.
I don't know what my tell is.
I don't know.
I don't know how to play poker.
When's the last time? Well, that would be your first tell, is you don't know how to play poker.
Look at this guy. He put the wrong cards down like an idiot.
If you ask if anybody has any eights, but
That
you're
would
playing
definitely
blackjack.
be a tell.
So earlier this week, or earlier in the program, you asked Mike Schaefer about the story from Ari Wasserman.
A little over an hour ago. Yeah.
Yeah. And Wasserman wrote about Dylan Raiola's commit to Georgia.
Yeah.
And basically what Ari was lamenting was this is another example of why these rich teams continue to be so good and parity is hard to accomplish because even with the fact that his dad played at Nebraska and he visited 6 times on his own dime, it's still at the end of the day when push came to shove, he still ended up at Georgia.
His final line of the story, this is an incredible kicker. What is it going to take for college football to get to a place where correctly predicting the national champion is more complex than pointing at one of 5 schools? And I love college football. You love college football. But that hit me pretty hard. You know, as someone who does enjoy the sport, and I enjoy the regular season of the sport more than I enjoy the postseason because the postseason, I mean, look, we got TCU in the title, so I guess that's pretty unpredictable. But for the most part, the predictability of who will win it all, it's a finite number of schools. And Nebraska had all of these pros, not as in the NFL, all these pros versus cons of recruiting Dylan Raiola. But the con that they have is just the biggest one of them all. And that's, you're not Georgia. You're not USC. You're not Alabama. And look, I mean, there's no use crying over spilled milk. If you want to become one of those schools, you got to beat one of those schools. Georgia recently was not in one of these. They were not a have, and they very quickly have become one. It's possible. Is it possible for Nebraska to become Georgia? In my opinion, no. But it just, I don't know. I think it's depressing.
Wasserman, here is a paragraph. He said, parity does not happen with a rule change. It happens by winning recruiting battles that are there for the taking when these types of rare opportunities arise. 10 years ago, maybe Raiola goes to Nebraska, helps the Cornhuskers get back to winning 10 games, becomes the pillar who leads the program back to prominence before moving on to the NFL. And if Raiola went to Nebraska, that would also mean one less stud just sitting on the bench at Georgia waiting for his turn to become a star. That's parity. What he's lamenting, what you're lamenting is the same thing. Where's the parity in this sport? Well, you know what? There's never been parity in college football.
There has not. No, you're right.
There never has. There was a story written by friend of the Grum, Bill Conley.
Bill Simmons!
Yeah, Bill Simmons wrote about it and said, why don't the Celtics win more national championships? No, Bill Conley, when he was still writing at SB Nation. But it still applies because he went back and using his formula and also looking at the overall records, he looked at the most dominant programs by decade. And when you look at it in this prism, you mentioned something, or he mentioned something that you read a moment ago about, you know, looking at the landscape of college football and saying, well, you can pretty much predict who the national champion is out of one of these 5 schools. Now, granted, the way the championship was determined back in the day was very different and probably lent itself to more diversity just simply because a team could get voted number 1 because of voter fatigue.
That's so funny, but you're right.
It also because of politics. The
stick to sports.
Yeah, well,
That lib school, I'm voting against.
SEC Nation did, or SEC Network on ESPN did a history piece on the SEC. It's a really good, it's like a 9-part documentary. And I'm going to forget which Alabama team it was. I think it was 63. But
they'd had so much success.
One of those it wasn't just so much success, but it was during the height of the civil rights protests and some of the backlash that some of the Alabama folks have been getting for, fire hosing the protesters and things of that nature, that there was an undefeated Alabama team that would have probably been voted national champion. Simply
people were tired of
people.
them, yeah.
People were just
and they were tired of the state.
Yeah, and they were tired.
They
of
were
the
not
state.
sticking to sports.
But and I bring that up only because, like 1984, for example, 1984 famously, all the big boy schools, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Miami, knocked each other out. And all that was left was undefeated BYU.
Who played a 500 Michigan team in the Holiday Bowl.
Correct.
And they won the title.
Right. And it was almost by default that the voters went that way. But if there had been a playoff system in 1984,
yeah, they wouldn't have won it all.
There's a good chance Oklahoma probably would have won it. Yeah. Or Miami probably would have won it. Or Florida State or whoever the other teams are at the top of the standings probably would have won it. But the point is this. Yeah. There's always going to be different teams. For example, in the 1960s, this is using Bill Connelly again, your top 5 schools were Alabama, Ole Miss, Penn State, Texas, Arkansas. 10 years later, it was Alabama, Oklahoma, Nebraska, USC, Michigan. 10 years later, 1980, it was Nebraska, Miami, Florida State, Oklahoma, Michigan. 1990s, Florida State, Nebraska, Florida, Tennessee, Michigan. 2000s, and this is where the story ends, but it was Oklahoma, Texas, Florida, Ohio State, USC.
So it changed a little bit.
It does change. And heck, even if you think about it, you mentioned it a moment ago, Georgia. Georgia wouldn't have been in that group of 4 or 5 teams.
John, until 2 years ago, Georgia had never won a title in my life, and they had only won one in yours. But it does seem like the power is more consolidated at the top right now. Like you brought up the 80s and 84. I mean, that decade's wild when you look at it. Georgia, Clemson, Penn State, Miami, Brigham Young, Oklahoma, and then Penn State and Miami won another one. But then Notre Dame wins one. So you have how many different national champions in that decade?
But again, different way of picking the champion.
Oh, I know.
Different way of picking the champion. And yeah, sure, we get repeats. We always see Alabama. Now we're always seeing Georgia. Ohio State's always in the mix. But that's the point. There's never been parity in college football. Eventually, every 10 years or so, 1 or 2 teams drop out, 1 or 2 new teams get in. But I mean, a lot of the schools I mentioned.
Bama's about to drop off. Good point.
But Bama's always in the mix somewhere. For a while, Nebraska was always in that mix. Florida State was always in that mix.
Ohio State is always in the mix.
Ohio State is always. There's never been parity in college football. The difference is that it's consolidated to a part of the country.
Yes.
And that's where I think the fatigue is coming from. Because, again, you go back to the early 2000s. You had Oklahoma, Texas, Florida, Ohio State, USC. So you at least had
West Coast and
Midwest.
West Coast and 2 Midwest schools.
In the 90s, you had Florida State, Nebraska,
South,
Florida,
Midwest, South,
Tennessee, and Michigan.
South, North, Midwest.
1980s, Nebraska, Miami, Florida State, Oklahoma, Michigan. You had some diversity of regionality. That is where I think the fatigue is coming in. It's just instead of replacing an Alabama, for example, with a USC.
Or replacing an Alabama with a Georgia or a Clemson.
We're now replacing Alabama with Georgia, or we're replacing Clemson with, name some Southern school.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you just do like the last decade, and I don't have a list of the top winning percentages, but my guess is it's some combination of Bama, Clemson, obviously. And then, Ohio State would be up in there. And
Georgia.
And Georgia because of their recent success. So, it's just like south, over and over and over.
Right. So
what's
while I understand, Ari's lamenting, parity, but we've never had it. So we're pining for something we've never really had when you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not disagreeing with him that.
Well, yeah, I don't think he's pining for the old day. He's just pining for.
No, he's not pining for the old days. He's pining for parity.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's something that we've not had much of. The one big difference around here was Nebraska was part of the in club. We didn't want any parity.
Mm-hmm.
I remember people around here being really triggered when BYU won the national championship. They were like, this is terrible. Because it was a usurper coming in and,
also
stealing
the goofy
away a
way in
crown.
which it happened.
And it was a goofy way that happened. But, parity, college football, man, if there was ever a reason why this is not the NFL, this is not the NFL.
No, it's not.
And it never has been.
And it probably never will be.
Coming up, we still have Steve Sipple, who will join us. But I do want to ask you on the other side about sports Twitter.
Wow. It's going to get very meta.
I thought they owned the other one.
Nice. Well done.
Nice.
Well played, John. I'll give you that. Well played.
Oh, that's not what you meant?
No.
Oh. 1620 The Zone.
Previously on The Crossover.
Want to meet Big Milk Kids?
Hello, kids. Let me walk you around the website. Some people call them podcasts, but we call them radio replays. Why? Because when you listen or watch 1620 The Zone, it's always AM radio.
Thank you, Big Milk.
Thank you, Big Milk.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Knoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mainly sunny and super nice into the evening here with light winds and temperatures around 80. Mostly clear later tonight. Low temperatures drop back to near 56, and then partly cloudy Thursday, high near 80 with a chance of shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like a crash with injuries on northbound 132nd at Dodge is causing delays. We've also got a wreck blocking the center lane on eastbound Dodge at 126th. And then also a crash on the exit ramp from westbound I-80 to L Street is also causing delays. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Lanahaw Nurseries.
Think spring? Think Lanahaw Garden Center. We offer the most complete selection of landscape supplies and plant material for all of your projects. Lanahaw is your one-stop shop for all of your outdoor needs. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Dust. It's in the living room, the bedroom, and the bathroom. It's also in your lungs. Let's fix that, shall we? Duct Defense Midwest offers a comprehensive system that cleans, disinfects, filters, and purifies the air. They'll make your home healthier and improve the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com right now for a special air duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. cleanairradio.com.
It's time to wake up your taste buds. Introducing my new Fiesta Line Chicken Pizza. Spicy taco sauce, generous amounts of chicken, green peppers, onions, jalapenos, mounds of cheddar and mozzarella cheese, and finished with a tangy lime sprinkle. Add your favorite one-topping pizza and my sweet cinnamon monkey bread. Fiesta Feast. Now that's a fiesta for your mouth. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Sundays with the Storm Chasers are packed with fun for the entire family. Every Sunday features free entertainment for kids 12 and under, brought to you by Nebraska Medicine. Want to get a free Sunday Berm ticket courtesy of Hy-Vee? Bring 3 cans of non-perishable food items to the Warner Park box office. Wrap up the day with Kids Run the Bases, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Nebraska. Visit OmahaStormChasers.com.
Omaha Storm Chasers family. Everyone get on your feet, stir up the storm, we're family.
Everyone knows Sol's pays top dollar for your gold, but Sol's pays cash on the spot for your precious metals too. Silver, gold, platinum, coins, bars, Who wants to wait to get paid? Get to Salisbury and Loan.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
PACE, Police Athletics for Community Engagement Organization, is dedicated to preventing at-risk and disadvantaged inner-city children from becoming involved in street gangs, crime, drug use, and victimization. Last year, PACE served over 5,000 area kids with wholesome competition and free participation in soccer, baseball, CrossFit, and flag football. To help PACE and local families make sure kids have access to safe and fun spring and summer activities, please go to paceomaha.org to support the PACE mission. Thank you.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees.
Stop being a dumbass!
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Still to come, Steve Sipple will be along. Also, we've got an update in the NIL today, and this one actually might benefit you, the people.
Ooh, okay.
Might. We'll find out. Now, at times, young Nick has had his moments going after Elon, still your owner of Twitter, by the way.
Oh, you got a new CEO.
He did. He hired a new CEO last week. But here's my question. From a sports standpoint, because I'm assuming you use sports Twitter the same way I do. We use it to aggregate stories.
I got ideas on there a lot.
Get ideas of, topics that we can discuss. Certainly chat with the friends of the program on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed.
Like my funny tweets about the Reds.
Definitely not.
No.
But
I'm, interact, now you do it more than I do, but interact during games with other people.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow.
My fun Dolphins game threads.
Sure, Nick, sure. Yeah.
I use sports Twitter too.
I know you do. Now you do. I'm proud of you.
So since the Musk took over, has your sports Twitter changed?
Yes.
How?
Well, I've told you this story. I, for the longest time, didn't use the Twitter app. I was using a different app that didn't have ads, and it was great.
Okay, so the mechanics of it, but in terms of just
I don't get on as much, no.
And it's all because you're triggered by advertising.
Well, dude, I was scrolling last night with the Lakers game on. It was like, oh, Jason Tatum knocks down a 3, and the Celtics are up by 4. I'm like, that game was Sunday, you POS app.
Well, you were on the wrong tab. You should have been.
No, I'm not on the For You.
No.
I stay off the For You. The following has ads that are days old all the time.
That happened during NFL season 2.
Happens all the time.
I'd see ads from week 3 at like week 5.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
My phone must be smarter than yours. I never have that issue.
But yeah, I don't get on it as much as I used to. I think it's a net positive for me, honestly.
I just block every ad.
Really?
Just getting on it. See, I don't do that, Nick, because some of it's like NFL. I don't want to block the NFL in case
I feel that
people quotes onto my feed.
Why
do you ask?
There was a story on Awful Announcing last week about, and they polled some folks in sports media about using Twitter and how it's changed sports Twitter. Now we're just talking sports Twitter. We're sticking to sports.
Oh, I will say this too.
Sticking to sports.
When I see news break, I am very now wary and making sure that it is a real person. Like, I know that the check marks it turned into something, in my opinion, that it was never supposed to be. But I always liked it because it was like, hey, that tweet is from actual Brett McMurphy, not the fake one that I got duped by once, where I was like, Scott Frost is getting fired. So, like, I miss that part of just knowing, like, hey,
One of the sports media folks who was polled in this story was a sports editor from AL.com. That'd be Alabama.
Yeah, like their World Herald.
Yeah.
Or Journal
Who
Star.
said when Elon bought Twitter, we all knew he wasn't serious, and he's shown he's not serious for 1 second. My expectation is kind of where things are now, a complete mess. He's basically cousin Greg from Succession. If you actually gave him keys to the kingdom, no actual how-to guides, and made him an even worse person.
Even worse.
I think some of this sometimes are sports media people sniffing their own farts, to be honest with you. Because some of the other comments talked about the lack of the blue check mark, which I found humorous. I get from a standpoint of not knowing, but if anything, it'll make us all more careful, blue check mark or not, because there were people that were actually able to make up fake accounts and then gimmick a blue check mark and make it look like it was real when it wasn't. So even then, even before Elon, people were getting duped on the twitter.com.
Mm-hmm.
It might be a little bit easier now, but there's nothing wrong with trust but verify. You see something, you go, is that really true?
Well, I know that's what the blue check was supposed to be for.
Supposed to be. But I'm just curious if sports Twitter has been ruined for you. And I get what you're coming from. If you're seeing stuff that is advertising that you weren't used to seeing before because of the app, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That
so
makes
yeah,
sense.
I just don't get on as much.
But from a functionality standpoint, because I still use the tweet deck.
See, and I do too on my desktop, on my laptop, but I don't.
Yeah,
rarely do I watch game. This is a football season thing. Most of the time, it's in my office.
Yeah.
You know, so when I'm hanging out in the living room, I don't really bring my laptop out there anymore. So yeah, it's changed. I get on it less.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's good for you.
Again, I mean, I think that he's running the app into the ground, but you know, probably net positive that I'm not on it as much anymore. You know, I feel like I'm conversing less with listeners, which I view as a negative.
Yeah. But you
has
can
it
converse.
changed? Has it changed your?
No, not one scintilla. In fact, I actually like the For You part because I see stuff because you see things that you have scrolled through before, but from people you don't follow. So you see other takes on things, and I've actually started following a couple of people that have shown up in my For You because like, oh, that might be helpful down the road. But it was because it was something that obviously the little, gremlins inside of Twitter, what do they call it? The
algorithm?
The algorithm obviously, sensed stuff that I follow and said, well, here's something else that might be of interest to you. And it's actually added a couple of things.
Well, I'm happy for you. You're like the one guy.
Yeah, I'm the one guy
who's gotten positive out of it. That's good.
I'm just not going to carry on and say, oh, it's ruined. Everything's ruined. No, actually,
I mean,
not
John,
as good as it was.
Yeah, if some people feel that way, I feel like when you discuss it from this perspective, you don't like a lot of the people that are frustrated by it, so you think it's fun.
Because a lot of the people, like I said, some of these sports media people are kind of sniffing their own farts.
If it's an editor of a newspaper who cares about verification, you don't understand why that person would say this has been a net negative.
But some of the stuff isn't
Like
about
what?
verification.
Like what? What's some of the other stuff?
Well, it's the loss of the ego to them that I lost my blue check mark.
See, because I have not seen that. I have not seen one person complain about losing a blue check mark that is like mad about it from that perspective. I never had one, so you know where I'm coming at this from.
Same here. I never.
That's why
caught.
that's what I'm saying. Like, I have not seen one person complain like I lost a blue check mark. This is making me sad. I've not seen that from one person.
That stuff was happening before Elon took over.
I know. You understand though the difference, right? In like seeing an Ian Rappaport tweet and like how it was easier to spot a fake before versus now.
But the difference is I already follow Ian Rappaport. So if it actually came from
I didn't though. So
but that's what I'm saying. So the people I follow in my timeline are the ones, hey, I know. Now, if I don't bother to look up and see retweeted by so-and-so,
sure,
then I'm like, ooh, this could be a fake. But if I already follow someone who is traditionally broken news, then I know when I see the tweet there, I know it's legit.
Sometimes it happened outside of your sphere, right? Like the Oklahoma Texas bombshell from a couple years ago. That came from a newspaper. I think it was the Houston Chronicle. Like, I mean, there are like local police departments that are like, sorry, we have to leave now because they're like these fake accounts and you don't know the difference between them anymore.
Yeah, well, and again,
like if you don't think that that's a big deal, then I don't know what we're discussing, that you could have like these fake weather apps that put the little blue check and they're like, "There's a tornado coming,"
even though that stuff was also happening.
But again, it was a lot harder. And if you don't know the difference between how much harder it was then versus now, then I don't know what to say.
Well,
because
with AI and everything else that's coming on, it would have been a lot easier to fake that stuff eventually anyway.
Maybe. I don't know.
I guarantee you it would have. People are being duped right now because of AI.
Yeah,
of course they're going to.
We're having different conversations about
I understand that, but I'm just saying you underestimate the ability of technology to try to fool us faster. But yeah, if it's affected you, obviously it hasn't affected too many of our friends of the Grum who still interact with us, and we appreciate it, and we love you being out there, sending us your weird pictures and other suggestive things, and commenting on the fact that Nick's not wearing a shirt today.
Where did my sleeves go?
Yes, where did your sleeves go?
Alex Lingus says, "Don't argue with John on technology." And Travis says, "John would like the For You, weird old man." You're the only person that I've heard who said they like Twitter now and they like For You.
No, first of all, it's still the same. It's still the same. It still can be a cesspool. But for me, it is the same. The For You has not bothered me because I know what it does and I can choose not to look at it. It's like an option in the car. Like if you had working air conditioning, for example, which we now all do.
Well, not yet. The car will be ready tomorrow.
Soon.
I had to take my dad's car.
You don't have to use it, but you choose.
But I
to
really
use it.
do like the AC. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. The AC was like a blue check mark all over my skin. And now my old car didn't have it anymore. It was just one giant For You tab. Me and everybody else. I'm sorry that you're the one person who likes it. I'm happy for you.
Yeah, I'm the one person. I'm sure
you and all
others.
the Elon lovers.
I'm not really an Elon lover.
You do defend him a lot, though.
Well,
Every time
I think some of the criticism is over the top. It's like
what?
He's become a meme for blaming everything.
I mean, he did buy the app and completely change how it functions.
Fire most of the people who knew how it worked.
The people behind the scenes that are making sure that it works properly.
Started promoting his
Again,
own
no,
tweets.
it seems like the people you don't like the people that are complaining about Elon. So
No,
you're like,
I'm just saying I don't have issues with it. I literally don't have issues with it.
Okay.
So apparently I've been using it in a very different way from everybody else.
I think so. I mean, I've had
which I find hard to believe because I pretty much,
more glitches now than ever before. It's very confusing how none of these have affected you.
Maybe it's because some of us have the superior technology of Android.
I think Nick has also had the same issue too.
Maybe it's a you thing.
Jess says, I agree with Josh that the Twitter monetization efforts, including authentication and account security, are very problematic.
Well, we knew at some point, no matter who is going to own any of these things, that nothing comes for free. Wasn't that the magic of all of this stuff at the beginning? It was like, man, Facebook free, Twitter free, and now all of a sudden it's like, oh crap, we got to monetize this. It's similar to how newspapers first were all online and you got everything for free, and then it was like, oh crap, it's destroying the previous model. Now we got to turn around and monetize. And so it's that old notion of you get something for free and then you start charging for it, or in this case, you start, loading it up with things that weren't there before, like extra advertising, and then it becomes annoying.
Yeah, but we wouldn't do that to our listeners on the radio, even though this show is free.
Well, this show is not free.
It is for the listeners, though.
We have commercial breaks, and we already built those in and had them for years, but they weren't built into those original models.
They were built into the original Twitter model.
Not all the advertising.
Well, actually, there's less now because people are leaving.
And certainly not as much because of the way it operated before.
It made a lot more sense when they didn't have advertisements in comments on Twitter. They never used to do that. Then they started doing that.
And just like anything else, you hit the fast forward button. Just watch it on.
Josh says, I'd rather get advice from OJ about women's rights than John about tech. Wow.
I guess you all are struggling with these. I don't struggle with it. So I don't know about technology because I'm not struggling with it. That doesn't make any sense. Seriously? I'm sorry that some are struggling with it. I get it. I'm not.
I'm happy for you.
You should be.
So am I.
Yep.
I'm also
We're happy
for
for
you.
you, John. The one
The
non-Elon.
one. See, again, the one.
The one.
Oh, there's only
the
one
non-Elon
person.
fan.
The one person.
You're the only person I've talked to that has not had a negative experience.
Well,
since it changed.
maybe branch out a little bit.
I talked to plenty of people.
I've also never met somebody who's like,
you're the
super
one.
cool with it.
I didn't say it was. I don't think it's better. I just don't think it's worse. Honestly, I haven't noticed that much of a change, or at least enough that it annoys me.
Travis says, I think John just likes to go against the grain. Oh, everyone hates it. Well, I think it's great. Are you being?
I'm being as sincere as I can be.
That's why he
It
likes
is
the
not. It has not
And AC/DC.
affected me in a negative way. I'm being as sincere
I don't
as I
know what
can
to say,
be.
man. I think it sucks now. That's why I get on it less. But again, that's a positive. It's a net positive for me.
All right. Agree to disagree. But if you want more technological advice, you know where to go.
Yes, you do. You know where to go.
Not Nick, shirtless Nick today.
Definitely not shirtless. Nick.
Definitely
I
not
went to
shirtless.
Ian. He's helping me out with my headphones, so that's who I went with.
That's true.
Yeah, I didn't go to anybody else. The first person I thought of when they had an issue, I said, I'm going to text Ian.
Well, coming up next, the NIL today, and finally, it's going to benefit you.
Us?
You.
Husker fans? Or just
And
society at large?
Could be
all of us on Twitter together?
Could be all of us on Twitter
an ad.
together.
With an ad. Well, with an ad.
With an ad. 1620 The Zone.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
Buckle up. Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship returns to Omaha at Liberty First Credit Union Arena Friday, May 19th. In the main event, your undefeated hometown star, Houston the Assassin Alexander, throws down with the always dangerous Jeremy Pitbull Smith. Also, see Dakota Cochran fight Noah Cutter, Sean P-Town Wilson versus Brandon Meyer, Jade Wong versus Taylor Killer B. Starling, and many more bare knuckle fights. Get your tickets now at bkfc.com.
Hey, it's Nick Hanley for my friends at Woodhouse Mazda. The all-new Mazda CX-90 has hit the lots at Woodhouse Mazda and Woodhouse Place Mazda. The first ever Mazda CX-90 is Mazda's flagship 3-row SUV. With available second-row captain's chair or bench seat, you will maximize your space. Get 3.9% APR for 36 months or 4.9% for 60 months on a 2024 Mazda CX-90. With approved credit, tax, title, license extra, when financed with Mazda Financial. $299 doc fee, due at signing. Offer expires 5/31/2023. See dealer for complete details.
When you keep a car for a long time, it becomes a classic. When you keep your air conditioner for a long time, it becomes, well, let's just say it doesn't get better with age. Call Standard Heating and Air Conditioning and have your old air conditioner checked out. If it's needed, you can have a brand new Carrier air conditioner installed in no time with fast and easy financing. When the other companies send salesmen, Standard sends qualified technicians. It's just part of the way we do the things we do.
Carrier, turn to the experts.
It's good to be able to make a change, to never feel stuck. That's why at Cox, we're making a change too. Now Cox Internet plans are flexible, so you can choose to just go with Internet, add TV tomorrow, or home automation down the line. It's easier than ever to get just what you want and nothing you don't. Flexible plans from Cox. Change anytime. No commitments, no penalties. See for yourself at cox.com/internet. Additional services can be added at then current regular rates. All services subject to residential customer service agreement and acceptable use policy. Restrictions apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but costs as low as $3 per dose? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at just $3 per dose. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but only $3 per dose. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
Nick Handley here for DJ's Dugout. To thank Omaha for 30 great years, DJ's Dugout is having a huge birthday bash on Sunday, May 28th at Warner Park, and you're invited. Enjoy a free concert featuring Omaha's own Lemon Fresh Day, 5 to 9 p.m. Gates open at 3 p.m. Free admission, free family fun zone, free parking. Clear bag policy enforced. Enjoy Lemon Fresh Day for free at the DJ's Dugout Birthday Bash, May 28th at Warner Park.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Your exclusive home for Royals baseball in Omaha.
Right up the middle, base hit, and the Royals are a winner.
1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Second time Beardless Nick is showing up on the Grum today.
Well, today in the NIL today, it's finally come all full circle. You know, this craziness that we now call, now it's legal, I'm sorry, name, image, likeness, all kind of started when Ed O'Bannon and
Sam Keller
were in a lawsuit about the NCAA video game.
I remember that.
Well, according to a report today from On3, FBS athletes will have the opportunity to benefit from their likeness in the 2024 EA Sports video game.
Hey!
Woo! Yes, the long-awaited college football video game is back.
Folks. Now, wait, is this 2024 as in the way the game is marketed? NCAA Football 24 that comes out this fall, or is this?
It comes out. It doesn't come out this fall anymore.
It
comes out next summer,
next year.
So this will be NCAA Football
next
25.
Year. A source involved in the licensing bidding for the rights to the game told On3 Wednesday that EA has contracted with Team One partners to facilitate college athletes' likeness. The details of the agreement or execution plan, which always sounds dark, appears to be a little murky. The agreement has not been finalized yet, but a source indicated the cash pool was in the $5 million neighborhood, which would pay out to about $500 per player.
So they get $500 and they appear on the video game?
Well, that's what this source is saying. It's not.
And that's
it's not
every
confirmed.
player, right? Every player in the whole country.
Well, the players that agree to do it.
So if they don't, it'll be. Do you remember in the '90s when Michael Jordan wasn't on the video games,
Mhm.
and so it was like Chicago Bulls number 8.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how it would be.
Yeah,
Well,
or
they should-
like it used to be.
They should agree to it. It's $500. I'd like $500.
Well, now here's the catch, or at least the catch is I might see it.
Okay.
Yes, $500 would be pretty cool,
But
but
they get a little blue check mark above their names on the game,
no more blue check marks. We got rid of those.
unless you.
And that would be
subscribe.
it'd clutter the screen. There's already
It would
enough
be-
clutter on the screen. We don't need blue check.
It would be a
marks.
lot. It would be a lot.
But what if you're like a Caleb Williams, for example?
Okay.
Kind of a big deal.
Why can't you demand more?
Exactly.
Well, if the setup of this is it's one giant pool and one giant
Mhm.
pot,
Right.
it's almost like they're going to have to opt into a players association, like a video game players association.
Well,
If
that's
you wanted to
essentially
do the-
what this is working. It sounds like it's working as.
Yeah, if you
in
want
a
to do
way.
some sort of an equal revenue share. So that'll be interesting to see if they do it that way or if it is an individual kind of opt-in situation.
Because certainly a Caleb Williams could demand more. I mean, there's going to be more people wanting to play with a character of his attributes than a kicker, for example.
Than Jeff
or
Sims.
an offensive lineman or a Jeff Sims.
Yeah, for sure. It's just like, getting Madden. Yeah, part of the charm is the whole video game itself, but also part of the charm is, hey, if I want to play with Patrick Mahomes today,
right?
If I want to be Josh Allen today, if I want to be Dak Prescott today, and probably throw 4 interceptions, I can be.
Right.
So, yeah, that'll be interesting because I mean, look, early on, who was it? Jordan says, who in the hell would say no to being in the game? Yeah, right away, I think a lot of people would be like, cool, sign me up. Only $500, I'll take it.
Sure.
But at a certain point, there's going to be a player that gets wise to it and say, hey,
well, a player that gets wise
second.
to it, or a family member, or an agent who says, wait a minute.
Honestly, it's probably
wait a minute. This video game here, this wouldn't be anything without you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where you run into this. Now you ask yourself, well, doesn't that happen in the NFL video game? Well, the NFL video game is licensed through the Players Association, and so everyone gets their cut. The difference is that you're already talking about athletes that are making millions of dollars and actually getting paid by the institution that they work for.
Yeah.
Versus this wonky little third-party system we have going on now called name, image,
and then
likeness.
again, they're all part of the players system
Mhm.
and our players association. And so like it's just kind of built into everything.
Right. I would agree. I mean, at least for this, it allows the video game to exist. I would argue that most of the athletes will participate. And yeah, you may have a situation where, a Michael Jordan didn't participate in the NBA game. And so I'm sorry to pick on Caleb Williams, but he's
the biggest star in the sport
he's the
right
biggest
now.
star in the sport.
Heck,
coming
John,
into
let's go
this
20
season.
years ago. Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart,
Sure.
Vince Young.
Someone like that could say, yeah, let me make my own side deal if you want me in your video game. And
then you wonder who follows, because
Sure.
if Caleb Williams said that today, I think the video game would be like, well, crap, we got to make sure we have Caleb Williams in it. But let's pretend Jeff Sims did. They'd say, who? So some players are going to have that power and some players are not going to have that power. It's like a story. I heard a story about Jack Nicholson recently. Who was it by? Oh, it's the Lakers, one of their radio announcers. And he told a story of how he saw Jack at some event and he was like, hey, can I get you for a couple minutes? And Jack said, if I said yes to you, I'm not even going to try. If I said yes to you, I'd have to say yes to everybody. And so he was like, sorry, and he knew who he was. He knew who the announcer was. Hey, good to see you, Bob, or whatever. He's like, if I said yes to you, I'd say yes to everybody. So I'm interested to see, ultimately what I'm saying is, will EA Sports operate that way? Caleb, if we say yes to you, then we'd have to say yes to everybody. Or do they say, you are a special player, so we will say yes to you?
And they may have to prioritize
balance.
with a handful of the most marketable players that, and then the others will be like, you don't want to be in it. And that's the one good thing out of this is you're not obliged to opt in. If you don't want to opt in, you don't have to.
Yeah, Shane
but
says,
at least there's going to be an option out there for everybody
to make money,
to get a little something.
And a lot of the players, John, they'll just be pumped to have their.
It is an ego thing. It is an ego thing because unlike the previous issue, which was, yes, you could tell that it was the stats of Tommy Armstrong, for example.
Yeah, we knew it was Sam Keller.
We knew it was the attributes, but now you actually would see the potential, especially with video games, the way they've developed, to actually see faces.
Yeah.
When you get to the hero card page, when you're,
Hero.
You're actually going to see the face of Jeff Sims or see the face of, Cam Leonard or whoever is on there.
Shane says users can edit players. It won't matter. See, that'd be interesting if they built in, you can't do that anymore this time, because you used to be able to. What if they were like, no, you're not going to do that? Because if Caleb Williams didn't opt in, then you can't have Caleb Williams. You can't even put his name on there.
Which is interesting because you can in Madden. You can still edit players in Madden.
Now, I'm guessing that they probably will still allow it. It would surprise me if they didn't.
But at least this time, the video game company would have the legality to say, hey, listen, we did everything we could.
That's true.
We paid you.
They probably care more about the name than the appearance.
Yeah.
But yeah, the game is set to come out in the summer of 2024.
Okay. Man, I wish I still played video games because I'd just be so excited for this.
There's nothing stopping
According to ESPN, representatives of more than 120 FBS schools have committed to being in the game. All 10 FBS conferences, or maybe 9 by the time it gets released.
Good point.
And the college football playoff have signed off. Matt Brown, Extra Points, friend of the Grum.
Author Matt Brown.
has documented the thousands of image and audio assets that schools have sent to EA ahead of the video game, pictures of mascots, cheerleaders, uniforms, historic school items. And the company has spent time recently on site taking 3D scans of the stadiums.
I went to school. He was a few grades above me, high school, with a guy who got to take the pictures for Memorial Stadium back when they first started doing that for the EA Sports one. He made lots of money from that because he did all these pictures of the stadium. He was a really good photographer. So congrats to that guy.
Nice.
Yeah, I wonder if they brought him back.
So you're going to get your video game.
Hell yeah.
And it's going to have real players.
I'm excited for
getting paid real money.
I wonder if we could talk to EA and maybe get like a free copy and we could review it on the show.
Play it on the Grum.
Yep.
Or maybe reconstruct the alphabet playoff.
Alphabet
for
playoff.
real this time.
Oh, God.
Coming up next, Steve Sipple. And the weed is strong in Colorado. The weed
yeah,
is
they're
strong.
smoking the prime,
They're
baby.
Smoking the prime.
Uh-huh.
On 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like a wreck on northbound 132nd at Dodge is still causing stop-and-go traffic back to Pacific. We've also got a crash blocking the center lane on eastbound Dodge at 126th with stop-and-go traffic back to 168th. And then an accident has the two right lanes blocked on westbound 370 at 42nd, and that's causing stop-and-go traffic from 25th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Romeo's Mexican Food and Pizza.
Enjoy Romeo's Grande Pizza and Taco Combo. One large two-topping pizza, 4 soft-shell tacos, chips, and queso dip for only $29.99. Only at Romeo's. Carry out only.
Romeo's Mexican Food and Pizza.
Not your typical restaurant.
The Blue Jays are fighting for a postseason appearance, while the Huskies are fighting for a national seed. The Creighton Blue Jays and the Yukon Huskies. Games Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday afternoon. The regular season series finale on 1180 The Zone.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day, and they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. Choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now try Babbel for free by texting radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000.
Think spring? Think Lanahaw Garden Center. We offer the most complete selection of landscape supplies and plant material for all of your projects. Lanahaw is your one-stop shop for all of your outdoor needs. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Businesses of Omaha, settling for a website that looks like it's stuck in the early 2000s? Then it's time to level up with JM Online. Our local team builds custom websites that solve unique business needs. We're not your typical web design company. We're your partners in online success. Ready to take your website to the next level? Go to jmonline.com and request an initial call.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no per-ticket fees. Ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a
Throw.
It would 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 be nice to have a
Throw.
from your mom.
The happy hour's on the air.
Steve Sipple's not.
Yet. Stand by.
Good one.
Stand by. It could happen.
Man,
it could happen.
I miss Monday Sipple. Monday Sipple was the best Sipple.
He was
consistent.
He's very consistent.
He was like Nebraska football from 1970 until 2001. He was there. He often delivered. Consistency was key.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes he was really great, but the floor was low.
The floor was
the floor was high, excuse me.
The floor was high. The ceiling was high, too.
Then he became Wednesday Sipple.
Mm-hmm.
And then he had to move later. Now, I mean, he's the post-championship era of Husker football on the radio. Sometimes he's on a 250. Sometimes he's on a 450. Sometimes he just says, sorry.
Well, he did confirm with you earlier today, did he not, young Nick?
He did.
Yeah.
I asked, is 450 good for today? And he said, it's perfect.
Perfect.
Well,
Travis says, at some point, do we just find a Sipple replacement?
I don't want to.
There's not many other olds around here.
You can't replace Steve Sipple.
Is Mike Babcock?
You can't replace
new
Steve Sipple.
They used to write together.
Listen, I love Babs. Babs is great, but I mean, Sip.
He doesn't go.
Well, and Sip doesn't make you say things or says things that make you go, what?
Yeah.
Make you think.
Correct.
Maybe he's still mourning the fact that, because we know that Sip loves him some Mexican food. Oh, big fan of the Chevy's Fresh Mex.
Yeah. Aren't they gone?
Which no longer exists.
Yeah. Now it's Ford's Fresh Mix.
Did you see what happened last week on the interstate?
No.
And this is between Lincoln and Omaha.
Okay.
There was a semi hauling a trailer full of avocados that lost control and ended up in a ditch on I-80.
Oh, I'm sorry,
north
Josh.
of Lincoln.
You're toast.
I was just going to say, this feels like a millennial conversation. So
Well,
I want you
let's
to
just say-
see your way out of it. My fellow millennials, let's mourn the loss of these avocados.
At least you can afford avocados. Must be nice.
Now,
I don't have avocados.
Now in your non-house, you won't have your avocado toast.
I won't. I don't like avocados. I think
there's-
they're bad.
You don't like guacamole?
Nope.
Really?
I think it's average.
I like some guac.
Average to below average. I don't touch the stuff anymore.
I love guacamole.
Is it hummus? Is that avocado or is that something?
No, hummus is not.
Is that something else?
Hummus is mashed up chickpeas.
They remind me of the same thing.
I
I
don't
don't
like
like
hummus.
either of them. Keep them away from my house. Chris likes them though. Maybe she doesn't.
when it's made right. When it's made right. I understand.
No, made rights are a different thing.
No. When the guacamole is made right, it's really good.
Yeah.
But you got to add stuff to it. It can't just be the avocados. But the
it's a
avocados are the base. They are the mayonnaise.
I made a great dip the other day that had a base of mayonnaise and sour
Exactly.
cream. Dill dip.
You wouldn't have just dipped the chips straight in the mayonnaise. It wouldn't have done anything.
Mustache Adam says, the loaf of bread I have in my pantry is currently crying, mourning the loss of all those avocados. # RIP.
Yeah.
Sam writes, Sip isn't like his favorite chains. There's not a variety of Sips out there with convenience and dependable experiences.
That's true.
That's true. Yeah. He is very unique. Unique New York.
He is unique. Well, as we mourn yet another absence of Sip.
Yep.
He did do a preview comp. Maybe this is it. Maybe he's been smoking the prime too.
Smoking the prime? I didn't feel like Sip would be someone like that.
Because he did the opponent preview for Colorado.
Sure.
The spring opponent preview for On3, HuskerOnline.com. And as part of it, he talked with one of the beat writers, Brian Howell of the Boulder Daily Camera. I was amused a little bit at some of the conclusions.
Speaking of smoking the prime.
Yeah.
This guy.
Yeah.
He's smoking it big time. It's like one of those high.
He says, I think the atmosphere is going to be absolutely insane at Folsom Field. I'll inject, unless the game kicks off at 10 a.m. local time. I think Colorado will feed off of that.
We haven't talked about that today.
We will. Okay. I tell you, the spring game was crazy here, and it was a spring game, and this fan base absolutely hates Nebraska. I think the crowd on September 9th will be absolutely electric. unless the game kicks off at 10 a.m. local time. And I think Colorado feeds off of that.
Can we talk about the fact that this is going to be like a bowl game where the crowd is split 50-50, 60-40? This is not going to be some incredible home field advantage. Nebraska fans are going to show up.
It will not be what it was 4 years ago.
No, but it'll still have a lot of Nebraska fans.
He says he believes it'll be about a third.
Husker fans?
Yeah.
I bet there'll be more than that. I just don't feel like they're going to walk into some Lions den. This is not going into, Seattle in the NFL, right? You don't think
I don't deny that. Listen, Nebraska fans will find a way to get in, and they're going to pay a hefty price to do it, much more than they paid last time.
Oh, dude.
That much is for sure.
Yeah.
But it will be different than it was 4 years ago. I think noticeably different. Definitely less than 50%. I mean, last time, what did you think? 70%?
It was insane how much red there was.
I mean,
it really felt like when Colorado stormed the field at the end that they were storming the field on a visiting opponent's stadium.
Yes.
I mean, with how much red was there.
It did.
It was like the student section, then pockets of other fans.
Howell, Boulder Daily Camera. I think CU wins that game, but it's going to be a really good game.
Hey, look, if you want to feel that way, that's fine. The ridiculous part of what he said was the floor is 4 wins.
Yes. So he said the ceiling for this team is a bowl game. 6 to 7 wins is the ceiling. If they're anything better than that, I'd be a little surprised. If they were worse than 4-8, I'd be a little surprised.
See, that's the part that I just don't understand. I don't understand how 4 is. I mean, there's and I'm pulling up some pictures from that game.
Oh, yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I might even be underestimating the 70%.
Man, there was so much red right below us. Their win total is 3.5. Their win total is 3.5. So to say the floor is 4, I mean, honestly, it sounds like Nebraska fans that have been overestimating their program over the last handful of years.
I asked the question of Shafe, and it is a fair question because, sadly, Nebraska's done this before. They've underestimated an opponent.
Mm-hmm.
They've underestimated Illinois. They've underestimated Northwestern. They've underestimated Minnesota. They've underestimated many over the recent years. Is there somewhere where we, and I'm using we, all of us included here in this studio, where we are underestimating Colorado? And it's kind of a hard question to answer because we don't know what Colorado's going to look like.
No, yeah. I would say if we're going to get wrong on this game, if I'm going to be wrong on this game, because I think Nebraska is going to win by a lot. By the way, Severe says he thinks it was 80% Nebraska fans. God, I didn't realize it was that much.
Oh, it was.
I know it was red. 80%. I feel like if I am wrong on this, it will not be because I underestimated Colorado. It will be because I am overestimating Nebraska's difference in ability level.
Sure.
And specifically along the lines. And I know Nebraska has had issues, and I think they will have issues this year. But that's where I feel like that's where Colorado is going to be at its weakest this season. And look, you have all these concerns with the coaching staff of will they be ready for the Big Ten? I feel like we can say the same thing for Deion Sanders and adjusting from the level of football that he was at versus where he is going to.
That's a very fair estimation. Now, he does have a more experienced staff.
Definitely. But how they respond if the first week goes like I think it will when they play TCU. If that game goes poorly, they've had all this offseason of bravado. What happens if they get punched in the mouth and let's just say TCU wins and covers? So we're talking about a 4-score game. How do they come off the mat the very next week? And I mean, I know you just joked a couple of times about the whole 10 a.m. thing, but I mean, what if it is a 10 a.m. thing? And suddenly they're having to wake up early for this football game and they're coming off of a tail kicking against TCU. And suddenly here's Nebraska with quite a few fans, maybe not 50% or whatever, but still a lot of fans. I mean, how do they respond in a situation like that?
Listen, and I think there is an element that, if this game were to kick off in the morning, it would be to Colorado's detriment. Granted, you have to play at the same time. I'm sure that Deion would, practice accordingly
and
have his players as ready as possible because it is their home opener. But where I think it would benefit Nebraska the most is it will mute to some degree the crowd. It'll still be a great crowd because it's still going to be Prime's first game. It's a rival school, all of
We
that
see it around
noise.
here, though. You know, morning games are different.
But it will be different than it would have been if it were later in the day and people had a chance to really get primed for it, pardon the pun, and make it happen.
Yeah.
So we asked the poll question today. Some are speculating it might happen. Others are openly cheering for it to happen.
Who is cheering for it? I don't think anyone is cheering for it. I'm not. I don't want. Why would I want a 10 a.m. game?
Why are you smiling?
Because
why are you
You
smiling?
keep staring at me.
That's because I know you want this to happen.
I don't want it to happen.
But which option best fits your opinion if Nebraska Colorado kicks off at 11 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Boulder time? Your options. Bad for the fans, good for Nebraska. I love it all around. Terrible, awful, no good. Or I don't care.
I don't care.
41% say I don't care.
Good song.
Wow. Really? I don't care.
Well, I'm guessing
Fall Out
that
Boy.
a lot of them either don't mind morning kickoffs or aren't going to the game. And if you're not going to the game, makes it easier. I mean, you wake up, get your coffee, turn on your TV, boom.
Fair. Yeah, I always
And
like
remember,
11 a.m. games.
It's 11 a.m.
Yeah.
here.
I love 11 a.m. road games if I'm not there. It's awesome. Wake up, first thing, watch. Well, I'm up for hours before that, but I used to sleep in and then watch the game first thing when I woke up.
Why are you up so early?
Just things to do on Saturdays, Nick. You know, I got a dog and stuff.
28% say it's terrible, awful, no good.
That was you. You and your bot army, the Elon army.
Yeah.
Come on, bots. Let's vote.
18% say feel bad for the fans, but it's good for Nebraska.
That's where I voted, for the record.
And 13% love it.
Wow, that's a lot of journalists who will be on campus voting in this poll question. Sam, Dirk. Well, Dirk doesn't write anymore. Mike, Chattel, Sipple. They can get all their columns done and then, go out for a night on the town.
You can do that for the 1 o'clock kickoff, too.
1 o'clock. What year is this, John? That doesn't happen.
Well, it'd be 1 o'clock. If it were a 2 o'clock Central, it'd be a 1 o'clock.
That time doesn't
local
exist. 2 o'clock kickoff. What is this?
2:30. It'd be
There
1:30
we go.
kickoff.
Yeah, that was like when we were there. I know.
Remember, Fox kind of turns things around.
Yeah. Where did? No, I know where you voted. Do you?
Well, actually, I would have voted bad for fans, good for Nebraska, because I believe it is bad for the fans. I'm thinking it'd be terrible for the atmosphere, or shouldn't say terrible for the
vibe.
atmosphere. The atmosphere is still going to be good again because of all the reasons I
That
outlined.
pregame show that morning would be awesome.
But it could or would have been a lot better.
Yeah. I'm happy you finally acknowledged that morning games have bad atmospheres because you've been digging your heels on in this for years. Husker
No, I didn't
fans
say
always
bad
They
atmosphere.
get so
Did
sad.
not say bad atmosphere.
You said worse, though.
But it wouldn't be as much as it could be. Though I will still maintain the loudest game, two of the loudest games I was ever at, kicked off at 11 a.m.
So then the
Colorado
atmosphere should be
and
totally
Oklahoma.
fine then, right?
Well, that was from a passionate fan base that, doesn't sell its
that wasn't
tickets off
smoking
to
the
an-
prime.
and wasn't smoking the prime.
Okay. Well, I look forward to the next time Nebraska has a home game that's at 11.
Again, I don't have a problem with 11. This is 10 a.m. local time.
It's just an hour earlier, right? Just an hour.
You got to draw the line somewhere.
But it gets
The
done an
line's gotta
hour
be drawn
earlier.
Can the
somewhere.
line be drawn at like 7 a.m.?
That's
7 a.m.
That's only for Nebraska versus FCS opponents. In that case, yes, make it 7 a.m., get it over with so we can move on.
7
with our day.
a.m.
Nebraska, you and I, 7 a.m.
Oh, gross.
If I were the emperor of college football, that would be the thing I would do. I'd say, y'all want to, you bullies want to play your FCS schools?
Wow.
Fine. But every kickoff has to be at before 7 a.m.
You would rather do that than stop the ACC Civil War?
Yeah, John, geez, man. I'm trying to prevent
I
civil
said I'm
wars
the
over-
emperor of the college football. I can't do everything.
Maybe
Can't
your
do everything.
apprentice should throw you down a shaft.
Sam says 11 at home is fine. Nice excuse to crack a shower beer, then mimosa. I had a mimosa on Sunday.
Pre-game in the shower.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure many people would like to do that. Again, I don't have a problem with 11 a.m. local time.
But 10 a.m. If
Yeah,
you
I
weren't
don't-
having to do a pregame show, do you think you'd be so anti 10 a.m.?
I still would not be for
I don't
it.
remember
And-
you
and the
going
good
on
news
these
is I won't
rants
have
and
to worry
ravings.
about this. That'll be your job
Well,
as
and
the
the-
new
with
as
Big
the new-
Milk.
You and Big Milk.
No, the whole station, John. It'll be the whole station.
You and Big Milk.
Be Happer, Nick, and Gary.
You
and the
Big
most
Milk.
important voice of all, yours.
Mine silenced.
I look forward to this conversation.
Silenced by 10 a.m.
with our
kickoff.
bosses. Sorry, bosses, I'm not going to Boulder. What, John? Why? We've been planning this trip for months. It's going to be a great time. I don't want to do a morning pregame show.
This is why you want this to happen. He wants me
don't
to
want it to
suffer
happen.
and all
Suffer?
of you to suffer as well.
Suffer? Why would they
That's
suffer?
what he wants. This is a.
I'm thinking.
Let me get on the phone here.
You call
Is
Stacy?
this Josh's repair shop? Yeah, charge him double for that AC. Thanks.
How could you hear them? Your earphones were on.
Good point, Nick.
Magic
You know,
earphones.
some people, John, they wake up early. There's the working man and working woman out there.
Yeah, I wake up
Working
early.
non-binary,
When
too.
when I wake up early,
Yeah.
it's to get a cup of coffee and relax.
Some people like to relax with their favorite radio station.
Good.
1620 The Zone.
They'll enjoy the best of the odd couple at that time in the morning.
It's the weekend. It will be the weekend.
I think we do Two Bros and a Cup of Joe at that time.
I have
We
no
have a
idea.
show on Saturday mornings called Two Cups of Bros.
I think it's a CBS.
2 cups of bros.
I think it's a
a
CBS
man
show.
named Joe.
2 cups of bros. Where did you
Wow.
find this
I don't
show,
want to listen.
Nick?
I don't want to listen to that.
This
show.
is a weird show.
Yeah, well, you know, I wanted to spice it up.
Good for you.
Well, I'm looking forward to this football game. No matter what time it kicks off, it'll still be AM radio.
Oh, sorry, that's on weekdays. My bad.
That's on before. Is that on before Nick and Gary?
It is.
Wow.
5
2
to
cups
6.
of bros.
Two
and a cup
bros
of Joe.
and a cup of Joe. Two pros and a cup of Joe. Sorry.
Who's on this show?
LeVar Arrington and Brady Quinn, along
LeVar
with
Arrington
Jonas
and
Knox.
Brady, and there you go.
LeVar Arrington and Brady Quinn have a show together?
Yes, and
2
it's called
pros and a cup of Joe.
Bros and a Joe and a.
What time zone are they in? Because Fox Sports is a LA-based thing. Wow, that sounds terrible.
Cup of Joe.
I do like coffee, though.
One of the
tea
bigger college basketball transfers is already leaving the school he transferred to. Caleb Love, former North Carolina Tar Heel guard, played on the title
losing team
2 years ago, has decommitted from Michigan.
How come?
I don't know. That was just reported by On3. So he's back on the board.
Okay.
That is, well, par for the course.
I'm going to read a tweet or a text from earlier when we were talking about Twitter, because then Will adds another text. He says, John is such a poopy butt. Get him down and tickle him till he pees. And then he adds, John's world and we're just living in it. Yes, everything have to just be for you, Mr. Poopy Butt. I'm going to take a screenshot of this.
Tickle him until he pees.
Tickle him until he pees. Jeez,
Boy,
John.
some people are really triggered by my mastery of technology and how
Yes.
I'm not annoyed by things.
Mastery of technology.
You should be on 2 pros and a cup of Joe.
It literally doesn't affect me. If you don't want to see something, you don't have to look at it.
That's true. Unless it's an ad from a game 3 days ago. Oh, Tatum! Will the Sixers come back? No, they will not. I know the answer to the question.
Spoilers.
Oh, man, the Chargers are killing the Jags. This game's definitely over.
It
No,
does
that was a
seem-
week ago.
You get triggered by commercials that promote promos that promote the exact same thing.
If the game has happened already.
Like if TNT is promoting the next game by showing highlights of the previous game, does that trigger you?
That's not what they're doing,
Oh,
though.
come on,
These
John.
tweets.
You're being obtuse if that's your
No, I'm asking you a question.
These tweets are not go watch a game. It's the game is unfolding right now. It's a close one. That's the tweet.
But they promote the tweet, and it's treated as an
it's
ad.
3 days old news. It'd be like if we were
It's got a little thing. It says promoted on there. You just move along. Just move along.
It's annoying. That's all.
It's a waste of space.
Yeah, it's annoying.
I'm sorry that
It'd be like if there was a commercial that was, just.
Isn't it similar though?
over and
Isn't it
over.
somewhat similar? Because you remember how it was like back in the early days of the newspapers being online. All you got were stories, and it was great. You got everything.
Mhm.
And then eventually it leaked in a few advertisements on the side. But then when it got to the big pop-ups, like the
And I got
computers-
and you got annoyed by that. We all got
Sure,
annoyed by it.
but you understood why it happened. That's probably
I can
one of the
still
reasons.
be annoyed though.
Right.
I don't have to like it. If you like it, that's great.
I guess to me, I just keep scrolling. It's the same as clicking the little red X
Yeah,
in the
but
corner.
like crypto bros that promote their own tweets and their own stuff and like problematic dudes.
Well,
just to get engagement.
Yeah, just because I don't.
That's
just 'cause
annoying.
I guess
you-
I don't follow those people.
I don't either. They're promoted.
John.
Well,
they
they're not-
promote their
they're
own
not
tweets.
in my. I guess I have a great power of being able to ignore things I don't care about. It's like the commercials that happen during games. I'm paying attention.
I'm
to
really
other
again.
things.
I'm very happy for you. You just are above us all, above the fray, John. Just
I'm not
floating-
above the fray. I'm apparently superior to you,
Look
though.
at me, just above
You're
everybody.
triggered by everything.
I'm not triggered by everything. I'm triggered. You asked me my opinion. I gave
and
you
I
my
did,
opinion.
and I told you, hey, I guess
Maybe now
don't
I
notice
do.
these
You know
things.
what? I hope the Colorado game is at 10 a.m. because I can just ignore
Finally,
the kickoff time.
and we get him to admit
Doesn't
it.
bother me. I wake up early on Saturdays anyway. Not a big deal to my life.
Got him to admit it.
Well, there you go.
Perfect.
That's a 7 a.m. setup time, isn't it?
Well,
Ugh.
you won't have to worry about it because it's not going to be at 10 a.m.
Man, you're very confident.
Is that
I
on the
think
list?
it'll be in the afternoon.
I have not put it on the list.
Get the eggs.
I'm not guaranteeing that it will. I just think it very much could be.
Oh, I'm not. I'm acknowledging that it could be. Yes,
And I do kind of think
it
will
could be, but I don't think it will be because I think they'll put the Michigan game on because Michigan draws a crowd, and then you get them weak. Because here's the thing: Fox is going to lose prime time, right? Because of Alabama. I don't even know if Fox has a game plan for that night anyway. But they'll try to dominate the other two time blocks, and Michigan's always a big
You don't think
draw.
they want to do big noon kickoff though from Boulder? That's the thing. Big noon kickoff from Deion Sanders' first home game.
I don't know.
They could get a cool B-roll.
I mean, if it's all filled with the 80% of Husker fans that showed up the last time, it may not be as much
It'd be
fun.
a great visual. It'd be a great visual.
Oh, yeah, for us.
Well, and for them,
It would be like, oh, my God, where's all the Colorado? I thought Prime was a big deal.
They just want
all these
people-
Huskers have taken over.
They just want people on their set chanting and waving signs.
Look at these signs.
When it's dark outside and you can't see.
It'll be September. The sun's still up at that point in time. 9 a.m., 8 a.m. out there. The sun will be up at 8 a.m. in Boulder, Colorado.
Well, we'll find out.
We will. Hopefully soon.
And then
Probably next week.
I don't know. I don't know when it'll be.
Probably next week.
You can put that on the list?
No, we talked about it this week. They usually come out before Memorial Day. Next week's last week before Memorial Day. So probably next week.
Well, here's something else that'll get Josh excited. Late stage Sabanism. Yeah. We found out why, and it was pretty much exactly a year ago. You know, the reason I remember this is because it was the same week as the minor major.
Oh, it's the same week as
And
the
this is
PGA?
the minor major week.
It is indeed.
So it's been a year since the big kerfuffle between Nick Saban and Jimbo Fisher. And there are now some pretty good theories as to why it happened in the first place. And Josh is calling it late stage Sabanism.
Well, I think after you hear some of these quotes, I think other people are going to agree with me.
On 1620 The Zone.
Everyone, Josh Peterson for my friends at Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis. Speaking of those early sunrises, they are getting earlier and earlier, which is awesome because that means more chances for you to play some golf. And what we have in the forecast over the next few weeks as the month comes to a close, absolutely phenomenal. Lows in the mid 50s, low 60s, highs in the mid 80s. That is some perfect golfing weather, and the winds not like they were back in the months of March and April. Give them a call at 402-498-0220 and book a tee time today, whether it's for the full 18, whether it's for a quick 9, or even the Top Tracer building where you can watch the major that John will be glued in front of his TV set. If you're like John and you don't want to miss a single shot, but you also want to play some golf, boom, the Top Tracer building, perfect for you. 402-498-0220. Give them a call today and book those tee times. They're located just north of Dodge on 120th Street, Miracle Hill Golf and Tennis.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Come running, Herbie. Don't you hear them boots? Like
I
the
will join you.
mascots in the ground. How it walks along to a good old song for the sons of Nebraska. Harry Herbie. Now it's coming. Look at that furry thing is abound. It's Herbie Husker. He's back. He's gold. He's got a corn cob in his pocket. Overalls. Bravo.
segment.
Good. Very good. Very good.
And I have my next promo.
Mornings with Sharp Sharp and Hanley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mainly sunny and super nice into the evening here with light winds and temperatures around 80. Mostly clear later tonight. Low temperatures drop back to near 56, and then partly cloudy Thursday, high near 80 with a chance of shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, westbound Highway 370 is currently closed between 36th and 48th. It's got traffic stopped all the way back to the JFK because of a wreck. Avoid westbound 370. Also got a crash that has the right lane blocked on westbound I-80 at Q Street. That's causing stop-and-go traffic from 680. We've also got a wreck on eastbound I-80 near 108th Street. And then the wreck on northbound 132nd has the right shoulder block at Dodge. That's causing slow traffic from Pacific. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Reason 1,206 to celebrate 30 years of Fernando's.
You finally figured out how to use your coffee grinder.
Winner of first place in 2023's Best of Omaha's Best Mexican Restaurant. Come in and get your Fernando's fix.
When cancer hits home, when you need answers and hope, turn to Nebraska Medicine, where cancer care is world-leading and personal. In one visit, you'll meet with the team specializing in your cancer, discover treatments based on your DNA, and the support that makes a difference, like a nurse case manager and multiple locations, so you can always be close to home. For cancer, this is where you begin. Visit nebraskamed.com/cancer.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
Can I take your order?
Can I get a small chicken sandwich meal?
Sorry, we only sell jumbo meals. Same size for everyone.
Sometimes one size fits all isn't right for you. Same goes for your mobile plan. At Cox Mobile, get what you actually need and start saving with the right data plan. If your needs change, switch between plans at any time. Now that's something different.
Thanks. I think I'll go get something different.
Cox Mobile. We're different because you're different. Visit cox.com/mobile to learn more. Postpaid Cox internet required. Other restrictions apply.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 3.5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. RAMP.com/sports.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Feel like I'm on some kind of crazy trip or something.
The 1620 The Zone.
Wait a minute. This doesn't sound like late-stage Sabanism to me.
No, it doesn't.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul.
Sometimes Saban can be a triggered old soul.
Glasses sitting on
He's in Italy right now.
And takes that
Really? Recruiting players from there now, too?
I think so.
Sipple the snowflake.
I suppose you're going to say, well, he's obviously can't recruit in this country, so...
Oh, good call, John.
So he has to go recruit Italian players, and they've never played football before.
Mamma mia.
Oh, mamma mia, I'm a quarterback.
Hey, we got to be careful here.
You know, there's flooding over there right now. I hope he's okay.
Oh, yeah, look at him. Oh, wait, Spain.
And
He's
that's
in
Miss,
Spain.
and that's Miss Terry, right? Terry? Is that her name?
No, it's just some random lady named Vera. That's Vera. That's not Miss Terry. It's Vera.
Vera's a cool
Miss Terry?
name.
No, yeah, he's in Spain. My bad.
Well, as
So
far
he's
as I
not
know,
over there
there's-
with Miss Terry?
I mean, maybe she was just out of frame.
As far as I know, there's no flooding in Spain.
And also
You know what Spain's home of?
The Spaniards?
And La Liga.
Well, yeah.
Hi, Sep.
Oh, how you guys doing?
Well, just running behind. How are you doing?
Yeah.
I got motorcycles. It's early in the season, and you get out of your routine a little bit. And when you're on your motorcycle, you can't, the phone thing goes out the window, right? There's been many times when I forgot I was supposed to do the show, and I just happened to be in my truck, and boom, oh yeah, answer it. But if you're on your motorcycle, you can't do that.
Maybe still just haven't gotten used to the whole Wednesday interview thing, huh?
Well, we've switched it up, haven't we?
Yeah. Not because of us.
We used to do the Monday thing.
Yes, we did.
Man, I miss those Monday days.
People forget.
The Mondays were great. They were so good.
Sip, we mentioned your story, and by the way, welcome back to the writing beat, doing the.
Oh yeah.
I mean, this wasn't a column. This was you doing a little reporting, talking to the folks at the Boulder Daily Camera for your Colorado preview. I thought the quote from Brian Howell got us to both chuckle. If Colorado, were worse than 4-8, I'd be a little surprised.
Yeah, that was a funny joke.
Did that quote take you back a little bit, just considering how much change is going on and how much we don't know about Colorado?
Oh, I mean, I think we understand. I mean, we're in a bubble, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's in a bubble, and he sees things much differently, of course, than we do, because he's in the vortex. So I don't know. I mean, we do the same. We kind of do the same thing around here. I do anyway. I've been victim of what maybe you're suggesting he's a victim of, which is being a little overly optimistic. I will say this: I came out of that conversation thinking about Colorado a lot differently than I went into it. And it was a long conversation. And they do have some personnel that's pretty intriguing and just flat good. I mean, they have some good personnel. And if they're, I didn't touch on the offensive line. They have 2 returning starters. And then they brought in 7 guys that had started other places, but none of them at Power 5 in state, junior colleges, Missouri State, places like that. So I don't know, but they were starters. So yeah, I was a little surprised he said what he did, but not overly.
Do you think it's a useful exercise to look at Colorado through the lens of Nebraska football over the last few years? Because when you just said what you did about returning starters on the line, but then having to bring in that many transfers, I thought of last summer when we were talking about Nebraska, one of the things that I know we dissected a million times was the reliance that Nebraska was going to have on transfers. And if it was going to be an over-reliance. And for a variety of reasons, it did prove it to be true. And so I wonder if that could prove itself to be true for the Buffaloes too.
Yeah, it could. Oh, it's great. It's a grand experiment. It's going to, if Deion Sanders succeeds this year, and I guess by succeeds means winning 6 or 7, it throws out a lot of conventional wisdom that we hold true, that we think that offensive lines have to be together for a period and gel. We think that, oh man, I mean, a team, sometimes it takes a couple years for it to all begin to click. He will go into August camp, first week of August. And there'll be, what did I write? That there'll be 50 players practicing with the Colorado Buffaloes for the first time. Okay, 50 of the 85 scholarship players. It would defy conventional wisdom if they win at a high level. It really would.
Yep.
You just throw a lot of stuff out. But I don't know if I see it happening. Brian Howell goes so far as to say he thinks Colorado will beat Nebraska. He said it. I don't know. It'll give me pause about a lot of things. But here's the thing, Josh. I was reading some stuff today. The portal's only going to get more relevant and more. It's going to be a bigger and bigger part of this as we go forward. It's not going to be a smaller part. It's going to be a bigger part. There's a de-emphasis on high school recruiting. even if you look at NIL structure, what coaches have figured out is this. Why pay a bunch of money to a high school kid coming in who's unproven when we can go recruit off other people's rosters, Ernest Hausman, pay him, pay that guy who's already done something in college as a freshman, and build around guys like that. That's what you're going to see more and more of, I think, particularly from the power program that can get a guy like that or multiple guys like that. Instead of relying on high school kids, why not get a guy who's played on a team, played at a high level? We'll go get him, go recruit him. And I think you're going to see more and more of that.
Doesn't that fly in the face of what Matt Rule wants to be?
A little bit, yeah. When I read it, it absolutely did, because he does want to rely on high school. He wants to build it in a more conventional way.
And he likes the project players too, you know?
Yeah.
Well, but here's the thing about Nebraska right now. They're not really a power play. I mean,
yeah,
Michigan can go get Ernest Hausman, right? Arizona probably can't. There's probably another Big Ten team you can. Purdue, I don't know, maybe it could go get a guy like Hausman, but Michigan's going to have a lot better chance. I just don't think. I mean, Nebraska might not be in position right now to be that guy. Nebraska is the team, unfortunately, that could get raided. I mean, say what you want. A.J. Allen, it's kind of what happened with A.J. Allen. Not as much as it was with Ernest Hausman, but now, whereas Matt Rule didn't really, I think he thought of A.J. Allen purely as a backup, purely as a reserve. We didn't talk about him like that.
No.
Remember, we talked about him like a guy who's coming, like a guy who could overtake Grant. But, you're going to have to pay him quite a bit. And, in that situation, in this climate, there's other big programs that can come swoop in and get him.
Sip, there was a story that went up yesterday on ESPN.com from a writer named David Hale, and it was essentially just like ranking all of the quarterbacks in college football right now into tiers. So it wasn't like a true 1 to 133. But you scroll down a little bit, and Jeff Sims, let me find the exact tier that he was in. Tier 4A, consistently. He wasn't in that one. He was in tier 6, a second act after ACC struggles. Here's what he wrote. Of the 70 players with at least 750 dropbacks over the past 3 seasons, only 5 have a worse total QBR than Sims, all from outside the Power 5, and only Iowa's Spencer Petras has completed a lower percentage of his throws than Sims, 57.5% among Power 5 players in that span. That was my reaction to ew. And we have talked about him in such a very specific way. And yet, every time we talk about him, I do try to remind myself of his numbers in college and how pedestrian they have been. So kind of a long wind up to ask this. Are we like doing the same thing we did with Tanner Lee a few years ago, where we're expecting this type of growth from a guy that at this point in time has not shown that level of competency in college football at that position?
Oh, I mean, he completed 57% at Georgia Tech. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that's a number that has to go up.
Yes.
And, remember Marcus Satterfield told us during the spring that he's asked Sims to do 2 things: raise his completion percentage and cut down interceptions. And he says he did that. Now, if Sims is a 60% passer, and he's in the, I think, 25 touchdown to 7 pick range, that, which is pretty, that's doable. But that would be outstanding because he can really run it. I don't know. I mean, I don't think we've gone overboard as a collective media core here on Jeff Sims. I don't feel we have. I mean, he's the guy. I mean, that's part of it, right, Josh? He's the guy.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing we can really. I don't think we've gone overboard because we can't go overboard. I mean, there's no battle, right? There's so a scenario could have existed where it could have gone the other way. It could have been easier to question if Casey Thompson would have stayed around. We could watch practice and see, wait a second here. Casey kind of looks like the better guy. And then we'd have kind of a situation, and we could there'd be more for us to judge, and the conversation would be much more meaningful. As it is now, it can't be very meaningful. There's no battle. There's no threat. There's really no threat to him in-house. So he's the guy. I don't know we've made it. Josh, I don't think anybody that I know has made any wild proclamations about it. Like Tanner. I think we were doing more of that with Tanner is what I'm getting.
Definitely.
I do. I think we were doing more of that with Tanner. I don't think we're doing it with him. Now, he did look good to me in the spring game. In fact, I thought he was of everything in the spring game that would, of all the things that might lead to optimism, I thought he was number one on the list. I will say that. But, it's not like they got a bunch of NFL guys over there right now.
Sure.
Are you enjoying still the NBA playoffs? I mean, the old man is
Yeah.
still around, and that mouthpiece thrower is done.
Nice.
No, I'm enjoying it thoroughly. I enjoyed last night. I don't know that I'll be able to watch tonight. I thought that game last night was fascinating theater in a lot of ways. And I love that series. Do I enjoy it as much as I did when Bill Walton was playing for the Trailblazers in the 70s? Probably not.
Do I enjoy it as much as when Dr. J was doing layups in 1980?
He wasn't doing no layups. He was jamming, baby.
He had that cool layup against the Lakers in the 80 finals.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. But no, I'm watching it.
Are you rooting for the Lakers to win it all? Get your guy LeBron gets another ring?
James?
Who am I rooting for? Actually, if you really had to pin me down, I would say the Lakers because I'm a traditionalist and I obviously like blue bloods. And I would like to see that Laker team win.
And the King?
Yeah, King.
You used to love LeBron. You remember he used to say King all the time.
Yeah, and I've come around on him again. He faltered late last night. I mean, he hit 3 terrible possessions at the end of the game. It really cost him.
Oh, yeah, that last turnover was, whew.
Oof. But no, I respect what he's doing at this age a lot. And I respect him. I respect him just what he's all about. We've said that. I've said this on your show a few times, so I don't need to go over it. No, and the fact that Lakers are where they're at is fairly amazing when you consider they're a playing team, right? If I'm not mistaken.
They were?
Yes.
They were indeed.
Oh.
Just rewarding that load management. Yeah, we'll play half the games because the other half doesn't count.
Hold on. LeBron doesn't really engage in load management much, does he?
He was hurt this year, John.
Well, I'm not talking about just LeBron. There's more to the Lakers than just LeBron. There's like 13 other guys.
People forget.
Yeah, and Anthony Davis is notoriously absent.
Yes.
Good way to describe him.
Street clothes is, I believe, the nickname the boys
The
on
Lakers
TNT
have to
given
call
him.
his home a lot. Hey, he didn't show up again today. Is everything all right?
Right. Yeah. Check with mom.
Yeah.
Do you have a permission slip from your
They're not
doctor?
all like that on that team. There's some dudes on that team.
There are some dudes.
Sip. Well, first off, we're glad that you didn't wreck the bike.
Yes.
After you forgot us. But...
Oh, can I ask him one more question?
Well, sure.
Sip, there's that term drinking the Kool-Aid. We use it a lot around Nebraska when there's just too much optimism. What do you think about this for the Colorado optimism? They're smoking the prime.
You make that up?
Yeah.
That's genius.
Okay, it wasn't genius.
Thank you, Sip. Wow,
it wasn't
I asked him about it.
genius.
Genius.
Oh, it is. That's borderline genius.
Good Lord.
Wow.
Smoking the prime.
Their fans are smoking the prime right now, man. And their media members apparently too.
God bless you.
Hey, God bless
Well,
you,
this
Sipple.
6 a.m. pregame show that you and only you are hosting, you can call it Smoking the Prime with Josh Peterson.
Oh, that'll be a good time.
All right, guys.
Thanks,
Bye,
Sip.
Sipple.
Steve Sipple. We'll have late stage Sabanism tomorrow.
Also, I want to talk about this ESPN thing tomorrow too.
Yes, we will, because there was
that
also
stat took me aback, man.
Yeah, and there was also another situation. Another media writer wrote about Jeff Sims today. that compared him to another transfer that I thought was interesting.
Caleb Williams?
No, not Caleb Williams.
Oh, bummer.
But almost in the same
Casey
class.
Thompson?
Casey Thompson.
Near the same class.
Oh, I bet I know who it is.
But coming up in content.
Like 3 questions.
Oh, we'll have time. Sticky fingers.
Sticky fingers. Ron DeSantis?
And because Prime is always on our minds.
More Colorado?
Did you see his new ride?
Oh, yeah.
1620 The Zone.
Hi again, everybody. Kent Pavelka courtside getting ready for hail season with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. When hailstones fall, be sure to make the right call. Just one call with the experts at John Higgins Weather Guard to work directly with your insurance provider. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau for the highest level of customer service. There are so many reasons, so many fans have used the winning team for their roof at John Higgins Weather Guard. Remember, when hailstorms fall, make the right call. The rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
At Lanahaw, we take pride in producing locally grown trees that are proven hardy for our Midwest winters, unpredictable springs, and scorching summers. Trust the nursery that grows more handcrafted trees in Nebraska than anyone else. From our farms to your yard. We're proud to be your homegrown headquarters for nearly 50 years. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Hi, this is Kathy Knoyer with Knoyer Garden Center. The beauty and color of spring is in our greenhouse, featuring thousands of gorgeous hanging baskets and hundreds of varieties of Knoyer grown product. Come in and talk with our family of employees who will help you find what you're looking for. Whether it's home decor, annuals, perennials, shrubs, tropicals, or vegetables, we have it all. Knoyer Garden Center is located between Highway 370 and Cornhusker on 66th Street in Papillion. Open daily, 9 to 7.
At Knoyer Garden Center, everybody's got a green thumb.
Tired of having a website that doesn't reflect the quality of your brand? At JM Online, we specialize in custom websites for unique business needs. Your website should be more than just a digital billboard. It should be a powerful tool that grows your business. Awarded Omaha's best web developers in 2023, we're dedicated to local business success. So if you're ready to take your website to the next level, go to jmonline.com and request a call.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Duck Defense Midwest makes your home healthier and improves the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com for a special duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. That's cleanairradio.com.
Car repair is car repair. Most places you go can change your oil or fix your brakes. The difference is the experience you'll get at Omaha Car Care. We're part of the community. We were born here, and we believe that our relationship with you should be built to last. We're going to consult you, not sell you. We're going to give you a free loaner car. We're going to treat you like a valued friend that we want to continue to see in the years to come. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, we get to hear from Nick.
Oh, here it is.
Shirtless Nick.
So the term septuagenarian.
Oh,
that's for someone who's in their 70s.
Yeah, so I thought that was like, oh man, that's mean. But
because
it's like
octogenarian is for someone who's in their 80s.
There you go.
Both
and
of these sounds
nine?
like specialists.
Nointenarian? I don't know.
Good question.
I don't know.
And that's an off-air conversation coming on air.
9 is a congratulations.
There you go.
That's true.
It's the sickest hand I've ever felt.
Reread that.
Stickiest
There we
hand
go.
I've ever felt. My fingers had a hard time coming off his palm. No, that wasn't a quote about a teenage boy. It was from the crew chief that did yesterday's Blue Jays-Yankees game. Domingo Germán was kicked out of the game for having very sticky hands. He says it was just a rosin bag. Who do you believe?
Good job on the pronunciation there, Nick. Thought he was going to say
Well,
German.
who do I believe? The umpire. I mean, Germán, this is the same guy. We had this a few weeks ago. The umpire was checking him, and then the Twins manager ended up getting thrown out.
About like that.
Oh, yeah.
This is the same pitcher, and it was the same thing. The stickiness of the rosin bag and all that. Oh, yeah.
Rosenbagger.
Yeah. And by the way, an update on this story, Germán was suspended
10 games.
And he is not appealing.
Was
you know
it?
why?
Oh,
Because he's
interesting.
guilty.
But his hands were so clean. They were clean. Took him, cleaned them
The
off.
cheating Yankees.
Did I see that he had a perfect game when he got thrown out too? It was only after like 3 innings.
Yeah.
But still hilarious. Yeah, I definitely believe. Oh, he didn't try to fight the suspension.
Nope.
I think I know who I believe now.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yesterday, the Creighton baseball team walked off Omaha on a home run. In fact, all the runs in the game were hit on 3 home runs. Kendall Rogers of D1 Baseball has been tracking all the homers hit in college baseball. The average per game is up to 2.25 from 1.99 last year, which is up from 1.46 hit per game in 2019. Is the ball juiced? Is college baseball peaking like Aaron Judge?
Is the ball juiced? Are people saying this? Are many saying this?
Farron thinks something's going on. There's a lot of people that think something's going on.
It's
Because
been
look at this
windy this spring.
increase.
It's been windy this spring. Is it windier?
I don't know if it has anything to do with that, but that is an amazing jump. That's almost, I mean, just 2019, it's up almost a full home run per game.
It's pretty crazy. The ball's obviously changed in that amount of time.
Has to have.
Is the ping a little pingier on the bats?
I don't think the exit velocities have gone up dramatically, so no, I don't think so.
Let me ask a question. Is it the change in how baseball is played at all levels on what they put emphasis on in just trying to hit home runs all the time?
Well, certainly there's always that. That could be a play, but this seems like a rather dramatic increase from year to year to year. What will be interesting to see is, and I don't have the numbers on Charles Schwab Field from the games played this year. Rob Anderson's going to update those after the Big Ten tournament, but if it also is going to apply to the Chuck, which is typically, air quotes, a harder place to hit home run.
It is indeed.
For the first time since the season ended, Joe Burrow spoke to the media, doing so as contract talks near. Wherever you have guys on the team that need to be paid, that's always on your mind, he told the press. Should we take this to mean he'll accept a lesser offer?
I think he's going to have to accept a lesser offer if he wants to stay in Cincinnati because of that franchise.
Yep, they cheat.
So maybe he's setting the table there, but you never know. We got a couple years to figure or to find this out, or a few months actually, because he's got the option year next year, and then he would be a free agent. And I say next year, 2024. So his mind certainly could change, especially if we see, because we talked about this before, Dak Prescott is going to be cutting in line here pretty soon. And there may be other quarterbacks. We don't know how the Aaron Rodgers contract's all going to bake out, assuming he goes more than a couple of years.
Smoking the prime too?
He could be smoking the prime. But I think Joe Burrow's mindset may change. Honestly, it depends on how this season goes and next offseason goes. But maybe he's setting himself up for saying, I'll take a hometown discount.
Yeah, I mean, quarterback like him is able to make so much money on endorsements that, like, in theory, he could do this and everything would be okay. But, man, like, agents don't put up with that stuff, and neither does, like, the PA at times. Like, they want you to make every single cent that you deserve because your career is really short in the end, and you're a quarterback in the most popular sport that we have in America. It'd be interesting, though, if he actually did that because you said it. I mean, it's a cheap franchise anyway, and if he gets everything he's worth, he's going to take up a huge portion of the salary cap.
Coach Prime, because he lives rent-free in our heads, can afford his own pickup truck. But not just any pickup truck, a Ford F-650 pickup truck on a commercial truck frame. Is Dion overcompensating for something?
Let me ask a question as we look at this on the video stream. I saw someone yesterday say that The body that they use for like ambulances, is that like a 450 or a 350?
Yes.
So this is bigger than an ambulance.
Yes, this
Like
is
a
the
tow
same frame that you would see used for a lot of delivery trucks.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a step.
Yeah,
It's just
go to their website.
It's a step down.
Ford.com. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the F650 and the F750 are
when you
the
see
two
it-
biggest commercial vehicles that they sell.
Yeah, when you see it on the website where it has like a
lot of-
bed in it that you can see on a
a lot
construction
of
site,
dump trucks
it shows how big it
or
actually
straight
is.
trucks will use this. These are like farm implements, but he's turned it into a pickup and it's got Prime instead of the
So,
Ford logo.
Little Prime is little?
I've never understood why anyone would want a vehicle this big.
You couldn't park it anywhere.
Guessing he has at least two parking spots at the Colorado football head.
Probably.
No,
So it's just so try
It's
hard.
probably not his daily driver, but then again, it's all about image with Prime. It always has been.
We love our images, folks.
Real quick before we take off.
Oh.
As we all learned for the first time yesterday, the PGA Championship is this week, so that begs the question.
Yes.
John, what did you think of the latest feud between Ross Chastain and Kyle Larson, with Larson's team over Rick Hendrick vowing retribution?
Great question, Nick. It's another seedy episode in the life of Ross Chastain. He's wrecked Kyle Larson 3 races in a row.
Cool.
Wrecked him out 3 races in a row.
Like
And
Crashtain.
They're both Chevy teams too, but Rick Hendrick's like, I'm not dealing with this. We're going to take you out.
Wow.
Any thoughts?
No. I'm surprised Nick didn't do the Formula One question that he wrote.
I am too.
Well, I did what I
Also-
thought you guys would have liked.
Nick, go to the one about the Spurs. I just want you to pronounce Victor's name. I just want to see what you say.
Oh, no.
I just want to see what you say.
Let me pull it back up. Victor Wimbenyama.
Wow, that was actually pretty solid. Wembanyama.
Wembenyama.
Yeah.
I mean, if you sound it out phonetically, W-E-M, Ban, B-A-N, Yama.
Yeah.
Wembanyama.
He's supposed to be
It's just
really
not
good.
easy to say fast, but yeah, Wembanyama.
I haven't watched any of his film, but I did see the highlight. Have you seen the 3 where he shoots a 3? He realizes he misses it. He lands and he runs all the way in and he tips it in. I mean, it's insane. Wow, that guy's a pretty good athlete. Plays the number 1 pick.
Theoretically, he will be the number 1 pick.
Congrats to the Spurs. Maybe. If
Maybe.
Let's see how the scouting process goes, and maybe they'll go with somebody else.
Hopefully, they'll finally give Doug McDermott a team he can play with.
God, seriously, about damn time.
I mean, they literally.
Doug's got to win a
this year.
title. Everyone's saying this. He's got to win one, or else he's overrated.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
That's true.
Overrated, Doug.
NBA boy Josh.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up next, it is time for the bet of the day. 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Fun fact, did you know gorillas burp when they're happy? Really? I'm glad humans don't have that issue, as it would create some awkward moments. Dave and Ryan Osted here with Osted's Golf. Looking for your happiness on the course? Book your fitting appointment today with Osted's, the nation's top 100 fitter from Callaway, Ping, Mizuno, and Golf Digest. Why get fit? On average, golfers gain 19 yards off the tee and drop their handicap by 10%. Wow, results like that will make any golfer happy. Stop in today or book your appointment on Osteds.com. All burps will be taken as a compliment.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long. Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day, and they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. Choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. you'll learn what matters most to you. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks. Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now try Babbel for free by texting radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp data bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380. Again, 1-800-217-4380.
Hi, this is Sunny.
And this is Darwin with DJ's Dugout. We are proud to support the Nebraska Vietnam Veterans Memorial Project being built in Papillion.
Memorial tiles honoring those who served in the Vietnam War will be on display. If you have a loved one from Nebraska who served in the Vietnam War, visit nvvmf.org for information to support the Memorial Tile Project. DJ's Dugout is locally and Vietnam veteran owned. Dig in at the Dugout.
Experience every pitch, run, and legendary play. Your home for Royals baseball in Omaha. 1620 The Zone.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
I'm not going to lie, it turned me on a little.
On 1620 The Zone.
And you know why I'm laughing, don't you?
Now, it's time for the Unsportsmanlike Conduct Bet of the Day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You gotta be kidding me.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
All right, yesterday in the Bet of the Day, brought to you by nobody.
Brought to you by the Magic Coin.
I had the Nuggets and Nikola Jokic. He destroyed it, and the Nuggets held on, so I won. Nick had the under in that game. That didn't come anywhere near hitting. John had the Mariners -1.5.
I didn't have anything.
Oh, the Magic Coin had the Mariners.
Coin.
How many runs did the Mariners lose by?
5.
Nick's up. Magic Coin is up. I'm up. John, you're still down almost $1,000. You want to participate today?
Yeah, you want to try to get back up?
This is the Magic Coin. I am taking sensitivity training.
All right. I'm going to go with a two-player prop, same game parlay me. Jimmy Butler over 27.5 points. Jaylen Brown under 24.5 points. Plus 235.
Magic Coin. You want to bet on soccer? You want to bet on the MLS? What is with you? Heads, Orlando City. Why do they call it Orlando City? It's just Orlando. Or tails, New York City. Or if it lands on its edge.
Why don't they call it New York?
Well, New York City's actually the name of the city, but
Orlando's not a state.
Yeah. Well, if the coin lands on its edge, tie.
John, if that happens, that'd be really cool.
We're going Orlando plus 135.
Nice. The wrong team is favored tonight.
Okay.
I don't like the Celtics. Give me the Heat plus 295.
Wow, Nick. That's the bet of the day.
Iowa.
Wow, interesting.
Hey, real quick, want to let you know that we got a zone deal this week for 72 Table and Tap, which is a great spot for creative food, craft beer, and bourbon. They got salads, bar foods, flatbreads, and more.
Wings?
72nd in queue. That's this week's zone deal. These things will go fast. The food ones always do. 2 $25 vouchers for $50, 9 a.m., 1620thezone.com on Friday. But we got 4 of these $50 vouchers to give away on One Beer Friday.
Oh!
So make sure you are ready to participate in One Beer Friday for your chance to win.
Are you going to participate in One Beer Friday with me this Friday, John, at the ballpark?
No, I'll be at the ballpark.
Well, that hasn't stopped us before. Do you have to do it on TV?
No.
Then who cares?
They've got beer at the ballpark.
Yeah, we've had them at the ballpark. I'll bring them.
Well, there you
my
go.
Media pass by then because it's in my car, which I don't have.
Just go to your car. Oh,
don't have it.
Did they have to literally fly the compressor from Germany?
I don't know. What's a compressor look like? How big is a compressor? Is it big or small?
I mean, it's
yeah, I don't know. Can you go to the store? Do they go to Walmart?
You can go to the compressor
Do you have
store.
a Jetta compressor, please?
I'm guessing they're not going to be selling any Jetta compressors at Walmart.
Here's a serious question. Is there like a store that car places go like in Omaha? Like they all go to the same store?
Well, they get supplied by auto
They get
parts
supplied by
dealers,
auto parts
'Cause
store.
there's, like,
yeah.
There's this
Rock
place
Auto
called-
is a website that's really good.
This place called Restaurant Depot, and that's where a lot of restaurants go to get food for the restaurants. So is there like a car depot?
I mean, there are places where they get parts, but they also get them from the same auto
The
parts.
Auto
stores
Parts
that
King.
Yeah.
He seems
It
like a
depends
nice
on
guy.
depends on where you went. Did you go to your Volkswagen dealer?
No, I did not. I went to I supported local.
Good